Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences to form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Ora dai too slow? Catch up? के भइराछ यहाँ?
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards, enjoy massive discounts, select total draw rewards, increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Ora dai too slow? Catch up? के भइराछ यहाँ?
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain. Yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Ora dai too slow? Catch up? के भइराछ यहाँ?
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards, enjoy massive discounts, select total draw rewards, increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Or die too slow? Catch up? के भइरहेछ यहाँ?
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Ora dai too slow? Catch up? के भइराछ यहाँ?
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. The stage is set and the spotlight is, of course, shining bright. Day number 1 of the PMNC South Asia Grand Finals is officially here, ladies and gents. Again, my name is Red Queen, alongside my co-caster right here, Torix, and together we'll be diving into all the action, drama, and unforgettable moments this tournament has to offer. So today marks the beginning of the final chapter in this incredible journey. From calculated plays to clutch moments, the teams here have battled their way through fire and chaos to earn their spot, but now it's a whole new playing field, so the pressure is definitely higher. The stakes are massive, and that golden ticket to PMSL is closer than ever. You know what, Torix? I cannot wait to hear your thoughts. What excites you most about today's matches?
I would say the battle for the Supremacy begins right today. This is the fight for the teams, for their whole year, I would say, because the 2 slots for the PMSL, they sound too much tempting to miss out on. And yes, as we are talking about all the facts and figurines, these are also the names that not only came in from the playoff side, these 16 names have joined us from the PMNC playoffs, the finals of the playoffs, and they cemented their slots. I can't forget the performance from the DRS side. HAINA ESPORTS did a really good job as well, and Royal Dragon as well. They were some of the few contenders into the top 5. They had their spot into that. But yes, today is the start of the complete clean slate for all of these teams. That meaning a new refresher mind, a new strategies, and maybe some old strategies along the way as well.
You're absolutely right. Since you already mentioned it's going to be a clean slate for today's set of matches, everyone is going back to square number one right here. And I do wonder if the same teams are going to pop off, for day number one of the PMNC Grand Finals. We've been through a lot of grueling matches for the teams here. So again, we are all curious as how the story will unfold for us this evening. And just so, of course, the format was, of course, we started with the top 12 teams for the PMNC Nepal, and we also got the top 4 teams from Maldives and the PMNC South Asia wild card, the top 4 teams who actually played for the PMNC playoffs. And now that we have stepped into the grand finals, we want to update you about how much of a prize pool these teams are going to get for this tournament.
This is the prize pool distribution. Now, from this point onward, the fight for the prize pool starts. Starting with a total of $10,000 prize pool, the winner, the champions, will get 2,500. Second place gets 1,500 for them. Then we have the third place for the 1,000, 800 for the fourth, 700 for the fifth, 600 for the sixth, 500 for the seventh, 8 gets 400. 9 to 10th place, both will get 250 each. 11 to 12 gets 150 each, and from 13 to all the way up to the 16th position, we're gonna have $100 prize pool distribution for them. The MVP, the top fragger. These are also 2 different names. The top fragger is the one with the highest elimination. MVP, you have overall stats compared in that individually gets 400 each for themselves as well.
Yes, do not forget about those individual prizes that we have for the PMNC. So we already have an idea as well as to who those players are, during the playoffs. So again, that's one of the things that we look forward to as to which names are going to pop off again onto the screen here when it comes to the most valuable player and of course the top fragger for each of the matches. And if in case you guys are not updated with PMNC, I don't know what you guys are doing back then, but yeah, these are the participating teams. Of course, we've got SHREEPECH, T2K, KOM, ESPORTS, NEPX, Tribe AEROMACY, JUTTI Squad, RC32, DRS, LOD NEXUS, NEPX Esports, Royal GURKHAS, MD Twisted, Royal Dragons, HAINA, and the 2 other teams that I wasn't able to see on the screen. That was fast.
That was a really fast slideshow right there, but nonetheless, going into the schedules, the 5 matches that will be played today, we are going once again to the 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and in the middle of everything, that one single Sandhawk whatsoever. These are the 5 matches that will be played tonight, that will be played today for all of these 16 names in hopes to securing that top position for the day number 1.
You just know that it is going to be an absolute roller coaster of terrains and challenges, so I'm pretty sure that you guys are prepping up for a wild ride tonight. We're kicking things off, as you can see on the screen, with the classic, the iconic, the battlefield that started it all, Torix, of course, the Erangel. May I ask, because I know that you casually play PUBG, what is your favorite map so far?
I would say, if I have to play it up, I would say Miramar, but I do usually play mostly in Erangel, just because, let me clarify why Miramar, because I'm a sniper. I usually tend to love the snipes and everything. As soon as I see a Kar 98, M24, AWM, I am bound to pick it up, whether I have the scope or not. So that's the main reason that I do prefer the Miramar, because you have a really good terrains for the sniping and all those long range shots, those tap fires. Whereas in Erangel, you're bound to rush up upon the team. In Sanhok, it's always a third party that's coming on you from either one of the places, one way or another.
Yes, I do agree with you. So since you already mentioned that you're more of a sniper kind of guy, I do want to ask you, would you go for a bolt action sniper rifle, or would you go for a DMR?
Bolt action all the way. I would prefer bolt action over the DMRs.
That's pretty That's pretty great, I can say. Oh man, it's gonna be an exciting night, as you all know, because again we have the top teams here playing for the PMNC Grand Finals day number 1. So I'm pretty sure that you guys are already making a lot of noise down there in the comment section because, well, it's gonna be a banger.
It definitely will be a banger. Let's go into the match number 1 straight up of the PMNC, the grand final, ladies and gentlemen, the South Asia 2025. The battle begins all the way from Quarry region down south, in fact, to the eastern region, to the Milta power plant. The plane line is generous enough for the teams to go from the main island towards the to the end of the main island, but not enough generous, not that much generous that you can have the northern regions for yourself, the Georgiapol, the Rozhok, the Yasnaya Poliana. I'd say even Pochinki is barely accessible for the teams unless they find themselves some vehicles, some transportation for themselves at this point. But talking about all the teams and their drop location so far, SHREEPECH Esports going to the quarry. We can see the team Royal GURKHAS, in fact, going to the ferry piers side. And I can only see HAINA into the military base. I don't know why, expecting some clash drops, at least in the military base, but no, not a single one.
You know what? I'm pretty interested at what kind of performance we're going to see coming from the Nepali teams, just because that, PUBG already announced that you guys are going to have your own server and whatnot. So is this going to affect the overall gameplay coming from the teams of Nepal, or I don't know. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But so far, JUTTI squad, they're not wasting any time here. I mean, the moment their feet landed on the ground, they immediately went for a massive spray there. And Axie was able to bag one of them. So strong start, I can say.
The first blood draws, ladies and gentlemen, right here and now, within the 2 minutes marker of the game. So for Death Machines, they're the first one to lose one player. They're the first one to receive the casualty in this match. MTD Twisted, Uncle, come on. Why are you on top of that shack? This is my question. But as the rest of the teams is trying to get the car, we can see the RLX versus RC happening into the kill feed. The back-to-back eliminations are happening. RC32 losing 3 of their players. That 3 down to the very last guy. And now that last guy, I don't know where he is, or neither does the team RLX, because into the minimap, we can't even see the last person. So maybe, just maybe, RC32, the last guy, is kind of in a safe position where he might go just for the survival side from this point onward.
Yep, and we did expect this to happen, those early game drop clashes and, of course, calculated rotations, some fierce late game firefights as teams now try to settle, of course, into their respective compounds. It was a great start coming from RC32 and RLX. Unfortunately, though, yeah, we've already lost 3 members from RC32, so might as well pick a location where he could probably go and hide, chill for a while, snack on something maybe until perhaps we get into stage 5, stage 6, and that will be ideal for you to come out of hiding and just probably get those elimination points that you need. But for now, I think RC32 should focus on longevity here. They would want to make sure they collect enough placement points just so they won't exit the game empty-handed here. But I'm pretty sure RLX are probably smelling the blood. They will be on a hunt eventually. So I don't know how good RC32 are going to be hiding from this point on.
Oh my god. RC32, I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but oh my god, RLX, after getting those 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations now, they're also gonna lose 2 of their players to the cars, to the ram downs of the cars from the Tribe AEROMACY side. That's 2 elimination, but at the same time, cost of 1 of their player as well. Tribe AEROMACY lost 1, that's 4 elimination for the RLX, and now it's an equilibrium on RLX side versus the team at Tribe AEROMACY, because in this particular region, I could only see 2 players from the team Tribe. And if there is the third person into the proximity, then that means that somewhere into the area, Tribe AEROMACY may have a slight upper advantage against Team RLX, but RLX has just got out of a fight. They are ready. They are ready. Their hands are ready to like spray down all the actions on the cars, on the players, that get those connectivities done. So you better be careful whether you're fighting with this team right now or not. So 16 total teams and 57 players alive. Still, only some few players that have lost their lives. RC32, that's a big, I would still say that's a very big jump that they need to like make into the very first match, because losing 3 of their players and just staying on alive on the one. Yeah, you were right. They do need some snacks for the rest of the games, at least for the stage number 6, stage number 5. Then they can start to like be very more cautious. You're not gonna get off hook that easy. You need to be more cautious from that point onward, because these are the teams that even in the playoffs were alive. 12 teams, 13 teams were alive during the playoffs, where it was the 5th or 6th stage.
You know, we did mention during the playoffs, since we just stepped into day number 1 of the grand finals, right? I do wonder if it is going to be the same teams that will dominate for day number 1 of the grand finals. I mean, it is no joke at all. DRS Gaming was able to score 6 chicken dinners, ending the playoffs with a total of 206 points. That is that was rather a massive gap compared to that team who came into 2nd place. So I feel like it would be a great motivation for the side of DRS, just because here is one of the things that I feel like the community is talking about currently, is the fact that DRS wasn't directly invited to PMSL. So I feel like this PMNC is going to be their ticket to play at PMSL. So there's already that huge reason, that motivation for the side of DRS to kind of really perform for this tournament. So I do wonder if they're going to be playing this one on full aggro.
I mean, yeah, they kind of need to play this on full aggro because it is the first day. And now, unlike playoffs where you had 4 days of action with the round-robin format, you only had like a couple of matches. But now, you have 15 total matches, ladies and gentlemen. These teams have 15 total matches in all the 3 days of the grand finals that is about to occur, meaning that every single match you will be playing, you're not going to get enough time to like reset your mind or reset your momentum by taking a break from the group side that you were divided into. No. You're going into one bad game, you're definitely going with that same pressure into the very next one, in hopes to like maybe amend for that and mend those points for yourself. You might even make the situation worse for yourself. So whatever you do, be very calm and composed throughout the whole games that you're gonna play.
Whew. I mean, every team knows what is at stake today, Torix. I mean, it's not just about climbing the leaderboard, or it's about, securing that dream ticket to PMSL. And based on what we've seen, during the playoffs, we're in for some jaw-dropping moments and game-changing plays. So I suggest that everyone buckle up. And speaking of buckling up, we've got VTM7 on the screen right now. Their members just got picked up. Rifa already out of the game here. So obviously they are at a deficit here. But maybe they can do a massive counter up against the opposition team and kind of redeem themselves. But in the meantime, let's check out what is going to happen between 4 Death Machines and the Royal GURKHAS. So as you can see on the screen, everyone is already in position. But I feel like both of the teams here are still kind of getting the information that they need, because you don't want to get into a find blind, right? I mean, you need to know the exact location of your enemies to, execute a very effective plan.
I mean, we're talking about plans, but my main eyes and my main concerning factor is where is the RC32 at this point, because I can't see them into the map or anything. But look at the mini screen. We have 4 Death Machines. Peek, taking a peek against Psycho, getting him down, and on the backside there's Mamba getting some shots, not connected on him. Okay, the player position is revealed, but not the shots. The shot did not connect on the third party side from the right side angle. In fact, backside angle. we can see a green color, meaning even 4 Death Machine is bound to have a third-party aggressions from the backside. They can have the back angles fully open for themselves, and that can lead up to a third-party angle, maybe the demise for the 4 Death Machine. So they have to be very careful on this particular situation. Falcons, so far, he is waiting, just prone down. AEROMACY in the meanwhile getting the players from the team NEPX down. Okay, talking about NEPX real quick. In the group stages, they were doing really good. If you remember, the first few games, the first few days, those were some really good action from the team NEPX. But as we gradually moved on to the day number 2, 3, in fact, and 4, their position was not that good. And once again, right now, being one of the team that got the player knocked down, the situation might not seem really good for the team NEPX.
To be honest, I'm also curious as well at how NEPX are going to handle this situation. I mean, during the playoffs, I just thought of this one moments ago. Maybe the objective was for NEPX during the playoffs was to secure a slot within the top 16 teams, because you automatically secure a place here for the grand finals, right? So maybe that's kind of their tactics, part of a bigger gameplay that we always talk about. They don't want to expose their full story just yet, or maybe their secret weapon. So now that we are already at the grand finals, I do expect teams, especially who really performed at the top here, to have a more, say, calculated rotations, calculated gameplays, but high when it comes to risk. I mean, they have to work, double just to maintain their competitiveness in each of the matches here. I mean, we are not talking about just a prize pool here. We're not just talking about getting the lion's share of that moolah. We're talking about 2 slots for the PMSL, and it's kind of a big deal.
I mean, that is the main eyeing a point for all of these teams. That's exactly what they're trying to get, those 2 slots. If not number 1, number 2 for the PMSL that you do have to qualify into from these stages. This is the basic reason that all of these teams are playing.
Exactly.
The definite prize pool is the second factor, is actually more of a confidence factor that, okay, we're also gonna get some money rewarded to us if you do win good. But once again, back to the map we are. Yasnaya Poliana is still in the circle, but there we go. I see RC32, Anish, the final guy from the RC32, just chilling over there into the complete open area. There are some compounds that he's into, but now he's moving into the Yasnaya Poliana. Whereas if we're talking about the western side areas, the Rozok and outskirts of that, there's Team Loco. They're from the KOM. In fact, the KOM Killer of Machines is there. There's the MTD Twisted trying to shoot out the players into the area, but Royal Dragon, Suba, now it's your turn. Now it's your time to do something. Start to get some eliminations and connectivity done upon on the players, because it's already 3rd stage, and this is exactly what we're talking about. We were talking about the RC32 surviving till the stage number 5, then they can start to do something, but no, it's already been stage number 3. It's closing in within the 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's gonna close in, and we are not even one team down at this point.
Exactly. So we all know that the competition is really going to be tight here. It's going to be tough. Not everyone's going to give way. Everyone wants to be part or want to secure a slot in the PMSL. So the only goal that matters for PMNC Grand Finals is, of course, to finish at the top 2 spots here. So it's going to be an interesting fight. I mean, to be honest, money is not even the greatest reward here for the PMNC Grand Finals. It is really that chance to play in the PMSL. But just to give you guys, of course, the map feed just a while ago, we also there were a lot of teams that will be coming from the Rozhok and school areas, so that means they will come from the west side and south side part of Erangel. And now we can see 2 teams here going head to head. Again, Royal Dragon just moments ago was able to secure a point out of DRS, so DRS now down to just 3 players. And right now we can see on the screen they are slaughtering the boys of HAINA. So obviously HAINA is in a lot of trouble at the moment here. Stage 3 in Erangel with 27 seconds on the clock here. It is really not looking too good, but let's see if HAINA can still do something, maybe flip the script or whatever, because Royal Dragons right now playing with their 2 members as well.
I mean, yeah, that is the third party. DRS is in the close vicinity of the HAINA ESPORTS. There we go, the final nail of the coffin. HAINA ESPORTS will be the first team to get eliminated. One elimination to Gyante, and the rest of them all the way to the RD. RD now needs to revive their players as soon as possible. The stage number 4 has actually commenced as well. Another shift in the stage right here. The situation is definitely going to overturn for these guys as the circle is going to shift all the way to the western, in fact, corner. 4 death machines. Team RG, they are still an easy entry inside that circle. From the school side, they want to come in. From the complete Rozok side, they want to fight against the Team 4 death machines. They can easily do it, but on the northern side, look at the T2K versus JUTTI squad. So far, they're kind of close. The fight can actually ensue, and we can already see Tamang closing in, trying to listen to the cars, the engine revving up from the side of the opponent, but no, he can't hear anything so far. That's why he's constantly circling around the area, but now finally he's gonna get out. He's gonna go behind that buggy, trying to make a cover for himself, but it's not gonna be enough, because not only you're outside of the circle, but you're also like hindering your rotation in the circle. So far, it's only been one team that has been eliminated. You need the circle as much as you can for yourself. You need those compounds before the other teams can get into them, before the other teams can hold them off against you. RG Krish gets taken down by the hand of 4 death machines. That's a knockdown. It may be a confirmation in a short while, but Royal GURKHAS, the final player, the final guy, again, the 4 death machines. Falcon, the front line, super low on that HP on the front side as well. There's Killmonger, the back shot's coming in. The player gets taken down. Mamba, you're losing HP, and you're losing HP fast. You need to get inside. You need to get that confirmation done. The player gets eliminated. He threw a grenade, but the question still remains: will that grenade actually eliminate the guy that is knocked out or not?
You know what? I just feel like he wanted someone to join him in the underworld, because he doesn't have any resources in the bag. He doesn't even have any first aid kits, so that was such an ambitious knock. Although it was a great backstab that happened just moments ago. But LOD Nexus versus TM7, Eddie already down on the ground here. This could be a 3-way battle, because there's another team that will be coming from the outskirts here, so we're waiting for that right opening knock. But so far, TM7, Orpheus currently knocked down on the ground, and just like that, RC32, we have been waiting for him to kind of show himself, since he was in incognito mode before he stepped into stage 4. Unfortunately, he gets tagged, and now they're also out of the game. So stage 4, and we already lost 3 teams: HAINA, RC32, and of course RG. And out of all the teams that we just mentioned, it was only RG that exited the game empty-handed. And now TM7 not in the best of spots here. I mean, Orpheus still down, bleeding out there in the open. Admiral was able to bag 1 elimination point, which puts him, of course, not in the best situation, I can say. I mean, just look at the number of teams headed towards that same direction. Nexus couldn't seal the deal just yet, just because there are a lot. I mean a lot. DRS is also within proximity here, so we are just maybe waiting for DRS, or for perhaps the other teams kind of step into the mix here.
We are at this point. We most certainly are waiting for all of these teams to cluster up in one position and take those fights one after another. LOD so far, the one guy is knocked out. RD Claw gets eliminated. Oh no, Royal Dragons Esports. They're the 4th team in this fight to get eliminated right here and now. But I have to give it to them. That's some decent number of points that they got so far. 4 total points to their name. 4 eliminations that they have. But on the other side, if we're talking about Nexus Godson, he's the one that got eliminated, got finished off, leaving Nexus Wimpy and Kiddo as the 2 only hosts of the team. But on the northern angle, on the northern side, near the bridge angle, we can see the team MTD, AEROMACY versus T2K. These 3-way fights kind of have a tendency to go wrong just with a single move, just with a single flick of a finger. You make one small mistake and it's gonna be all over for you, like how Caesar gets a lot of damage from the 4th party. In fact, not this 3-way fight, but a 4th party into the very back side. So whether it was the player from the T2K that was responsible for all those shots, but right now Team MTD is going all the way forward towards the side of AST. AEROMACY, that single grenade can mean the demise for the players. They're here. Guile Miles gets
Ooh.
taken down. That one down. The second one goes in for the rescue. In the meanwhile, Venom is cooking another grenade up. Will he throw it out? Will he throw it on towards the player? This is the bigger question. Again, a grenade goes over. It's all over. Oh my goodness. MTD twisted with a single flick. There we go. With a single grenade. That was 3 down. The last guy got eliminated with that gun, and it's over. This is what we were talking about. You're not allowed to make a mistake. SHREEPECH Esports also gets elimination on their side. We can see the southern angle where there's a lot of names coming up inside that circle.
Can I just add the fact that, it was an incredible great gameplay coming from Tribe AEROMACY just because of the fact that they were gatekeeping at least 3 teams, right? I mean, to be able to defend that very compound where Tribe AEROMACY is already camping out is such a hard thing to do, and to even manage 3 teams in front of you and still survives and was able to bag 8 elimination points, man, monstrous gameplay again coming from the side of Tribe AEROMACY. Now let's check out what is happening with DRS here, ladies and gents. Again, 1 casualty here, but they do have 4 elimination points. I do wonder if DRS Gaming will use their experience to pull ahead even further, or could Tribe AEROMACY's steady position, or perhaps Royal Dragon's explosive play steal the show? So yeah, down to 9 teams remaining. We are at stage 5 here with 40 seconds on the clock. Right now we're looking at NEPX. Again, this is also one of the teams that we kind of expect to perform great for the grand finals. I mean, they have done a great job back in PMGO, so everyone's kind of expecting that they carry that same energy, that same tenacity back into PMNC. And so far, Domain has already been taken out, so NEPX obviously working with just 3 here, and just check this out, Torx. They might even go head-to-head with DRS.
I mean, it's not a great start on the NEPX side so far with just a single elimination with a trade-off of their own player. They are going against the team DRS, closing in on them, but I have to give it to KOM as well, because they're also looking at the DRS. Some of the teams, they're in the circle waiting for the opportunity that will represent itself, but KOM is not one of those teams. They're the one that is outside of that circle, that is outside. Pico Pick is the guy maybe that can have the corner of the compound and the circle for himself, but just look at the radius, just look at the area surrounding all these teams inside that circle. It's a complete barren land. It's an open field, in fact, that can give your location to any team that may even have the slightest of advantage of like the hide against you. You're instantly going to be spotted. You're instantly going to be shot at from that point onward. But we ETM7 on the backside, that's also a third party that can actually happen onto the DRS. Tribe AEROMACY, talking about these guys, 8 elimination. Still a 3-man standing. T2K, the player was spotted, but not that early that the player can get knocked down. But NEPX versus the LOD, it's finally happening. Wimpy gets taken down. It's a completion, and Nexus Kiddo also gets a completion on him, and that's 3 elimination for the team NEPX side. Now NEPX, you are up against another big giant name, that is a Tribe AEROMACY, and they are actually moving towards you. This is definitely going to be an interesting one, because the team is actually moving towards the NEPX side, and this face-to-face fight will definitely bring a lot into the light who has more advantage into the situation. The team that is already has submerged themselves into the surrounding area, or the team that is actually rushing up on them.
To be honest here, KOM holds such a great position here. They could potentially shut down T2K, and at the same time, the JUTTI squad, who is about to pass through the bridge where they're currently turning into their turfs so far. They're doing an impressive job, as you can see on the screen. They have been collecting some points for their side of the fence here. Tribe AEROMACY right now going in for a charge. Oh, Venom!
God.
Just experienced a hit and run situation, and that was it for AST, but I can still say it was a pretty damn strong performance coming from Tribe, since they were able to put up 8 elimination points, the highest so far for this match number 1 in Iraq.
That is true, but NEPX, Now they're the one holding the torch for that highest elimination. That is on the alive side. 5 eliminations so far, and judging from the fact they are not ready to get eliminated at this point, they're looking at the T2K, whereas the Team JUTTI squad is also rushing up upon the T2K. The player is going to get into the water. Igneous having the M416 in the hand. The player is going to take him out with the car as well. No, why? What is going on? What is up with these teams and their car ram downs? I am so amazed to see that even at this point in time where there's 6 teams, 7 teams, they're still utilizing the cars to get those eliminations. But Precious, he's super low in that HP. He still did manage to secure and steal 1 elimination from the T2K side, so I have to give it to him, even though T2K was eliminated. And JUTTI squad might be right now furious. Not only they're furious, they're also into the waters and they're kind of knocked out. We TM7 Admiral, the solo guy, alive. Mukesh is actually moving towards that direction, and if he looks behind that buggy, he's definitely going to spot Admiral. But remember this, you go on top of that mountain, you're also going to be spotted by the hand of DRS, and DRS will definitely not let this opportunity go by to not shoot at you.
You know what? I feel like JUTTI squad understood the assignment. They know that they're going to be exposed to 4 death machines who is staying over at the bridge. So they kind of wanted to take out T2K from that particular spot. And they just went in, not with their guns, with their vehicles. So they do have some sort of protection up against the 4 death machines. So that was their way of protecting themselves. Now we're looking at 6 teams remaining here. We've got NEPX, okay, with a phenomenal performance. I mean, 6 elimination points is pretty strong, and slowly but surely they're also collecting some placement points as well. But Precious just got hit on the face here, so now he's getting picked up by his teammate. And now 4 death machines, since we saw a wild vehicle kill that happened just moments ago, now they don't have anything to protect themselves with, and this is the right opening for death machines right now to seize that opportunity to bag points here. And now we're looking at 6 for DM.
I mean, we just saw them secure that 6th elimination. That was a knockdown from the NEPX side. So it's a steal versus steal. You take 1 of ours, we take 2 of yours. That's what they have shown against the team NEPX. But right now, another team kind of getting those eliminations on them for death machines down to the very last guy. But JUTTI squad, they're the one that's going to get eliminated. NEPX still alive. The 3-man standing for death machines down to the very last guy. KOM also closing down, but 4 man still alive. This is a big thing. This is a big number. NEPX, talking about the NEPX side, that's 3 players, 4 death machines, a solo, DRS, a trio, and VETM7. I am so amazed on this player. The TM7 Admiral was the guy, is the guy, in fact, not was the guy, that is still alive. A Killer YT now cooking a grenade. This can hit the player, but it will not, because the players are kind of far away and they're overcooking their grenade. But my main question is, why is KOM not throwing the grenades into that smoke factoring area where they can get all the eliminations of the 4 death machines?
Perhaps managing their resources. I mean, you would want to be accurate when you throw that nade. So, but I'm still pretty impressed at the performance coming from JUTTI squad, because they were in between T2K and 4 death machines. So, if we're gonna be real, I didn't really have that high hope for JUTTI squad to survive, just because, they kind of pinch, between 2 teams, and that wasn't a very great situation to emerge victorious from, but they were able to pull it off. And now we're looking at the 5 teams remaining here. DRS still at the top with a 23 percentage of actually winning the chicken dinner, but KOM seems to be having a slight advantage up against DRS. I mean, no team would want to lose their members at an early onset, right? And DRS have been avoiding all conflicts during the first few zones here, but it was just unfortunate that XM example got knocked down by another team. But let's see if DRS can still pull off a massive chicken dinner win for them. I mean, for this round. But Killmonger right now on his knees, which puts 4 DM at a very vulnerable position. And there you go, ladies and gents. KOM just eliminated one of the teams here. And now there's DRS, KOM, NEPX, and TM7.
That's a back-to-back elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Coming on, DRS, KOM, NEPX, the only 3 teams alive from this point onward. But oh my god, my heart skipped a beat for a second there when I saw the grenade moving towards the direction of the DRS. Now, DRS, you're kind of into the open area. There's a backside, the KOM coming on, getting those damages. Delta is right now knocked down. KYT healing himself, and back to 75% HP on the both sides. Hang from KOM gets taken down by the Giante's grenade. Giante is going to throw another one in hopes to get that elimination done, and that's exactly what he does. 2 grenades on the precision, getting those knockdowns on the side of KOM, but NEPX is also losing their players one way or another. Rex is right now knocked down. The grenade goes on the Loco from the KOM side, but no connectivity that much that the player can get eliminated. Another one goes on. It's a splash damage once again. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2 scenario. The grenades are constantly barraging on towards the KOM, but not enough connectivity to get the knockouts on towards the players. But I spoke too soon. Precious got the connectivity. Now on the front lines, there's the Kyo that got obliterated, in fact, by the hand of DRS, and then NEPX stole that elimination once again. Oh my god, DRS is gonna be pissed from this point onward. That was their 6th elimination that just got swooped right under their noses. YT without healing, just some bandages. Precious in the front lines, taking the fight against Loco, but Loco is going to take him down. Vacation in the front lines, throwing the grenades. Pico Pick gets eliminated alongside the rest of the teams from the KOM. Giante, the grenade master, the grenadier in this particular scenario. He's the one that kind of eliminated the whole team of KOM with those grenades.
All right, here we go. This is what we have been waiting for. It's NEPX versus DRS. Oh my goodness! DRS again opened up a match with a winner chicken dinner, and we were talking about just how good of a performance we all think DRS is going to be showing us. Well, this is the answer that we got from the real soldiers. Again, what a performance! They did not disappoint their fans, and it's pretty obvious that with this kind of statement that we can see on the screen right now, they are determined to finish at the top, and that means seeing them play in the PMSL. But of course, it's too early to say anything, Torix. I mean, NEPX also kind of had a pretty good show. I mean, landing at 2nd place for this round and also bagging quite a number of elimination points is an incredible performance from them as well.
I mean, that is true. NEPX, even though you couldn't get that chicken, you were so close to it. But yes, the amount of eliminations that these guys have, it's a decent one. I think it should be around 10 eliminations that NEPX have for themselves. I kind of want to see those stats, those individual eliminations of the DRS, then the points of NEPX, because NEPX, they were on the 2nd position, and from what my memory serves me right, they had more elimination than DRS, meaning exactly at this point, they also have a chance of securing that number 1 position, or rather than the number 2, even though DRS is the team that got the chicken dinner for themselves. KYT 4, Giante 4, once again, example with 0% contribution and 0 elimination. Delta with 1 elimination to his name as well, with 28 minutes of 48 survival time. And it is the DRS that's going to have the winner chicken dinner of the match number 1. This is just the beginning, and DRS is exactly showing right off the very bat that what they are capable of and why the team should not be messing around them.
The tension is definitely through the roof just moments ago. I mean, DRS versus NEPX is something that kept the audience right at the edge of their seats. I'm pretty sure of that one. But okay, checking out the highlights that of course happened all throughout this match. We got DRS right here trying to make a move up against HAINA ESPORTS. That wasn't a very good start for the team, although it was a stellar performance from them during the playoffs. So everyone is also kind of waiting if HAINA ESPORTS can maintain that kind of high-paced energy during the playoffs and maybe see that back again for the grand finals. But looking at the numbers here, Torix, And again, it was a kind of a phenomenal thing to experience from DRS. 6 chicken dinners during the playoffs and a total of 206 points. Man, I feel like DRS is really on a mission here. They're like, they're soldiers, right? Highly decorated soldiers. And now they have been given the objective, they have been given a mission, and that is to secure a slot in the PMSL. Now, judging the statistics, 253 throwables used for this round. Are you happy with this number?
I am. Honestly, I am. The amount of eliminations that happened with the grenades and the throwables, it's definitely a decent number. But 4 airdrops looted, that's also a very good number. 12 headshots, 18 revivals. Okay, the revivals is a tad bit low, but longest elimination distance, it goes to JUTTI squads of OK with 318 minutes into the bag. That's something that is very, very interesting at this point. And now, with this, as the match summary gets to a conclusion, we see the match ranking. DRS with 19 points, NEPX with 15 points. DRS and NEPX had the same amount of elimination. Then imagine if NEPX were the one to eliminate the DRS, that would have been double-digit eliminations right there and then for these guys. 4 death machines with a total of 10 points as well. KOM 9, AEROMACY with a 9, alongside of JUTTI squad with a 7, VEE2S, TM7 with a 6. I have to commend to the guy. That he survived brilliantly till the very end, till the top. I think it was top 5, where you get 4 positioning points. And Royal Dragon with the 4 eliminations. We saw the fight early on, and nobody came into close to these guys with the number of eliminations. What?
I definitely agree with you. I mean, I think the pivotal moment for the side of 4 death machines was when they were camping on the bridge side, wherein they had the opportunity to gatekeep not just JUTTI squad but T2K as well. I think they were in a great vantage point. They were in a great position to score a lot, to be honest. So I think that paved the way for 4 death machines to actually belong in the top 5 for this specific round. And as for Royal GURKHAS and SHREEPECH, not a good start for them, but hey, this is just day 1, and they still got a huge room to work with when it comes to their mistakes or whatever boo-boos they made during the match number 1. And as for NEXUS, HAINA, T2K, RC32, it's a single-digit score, which is of course begs the question, because we have some of the, well, okay, let's just focus on T2K. They're one of the prominent names in Nepal, right, Torix? So I do wonder as well, because we brought this topic up during the match a while ago, that NEPX, maybe the objective was just to secure a spot within the top 16, right? I do wonder if T2K are really going to perform for us for the grand finals. Do they also have that hunger that we speak of at getting or securing a slot in the PMSL?
I mean, this is just the start. This is just the first match. It is a resetting on the slate. It is the reset for the team strategies as well. So we can't say anything for sure on how the teams are going to play and how they're in fact playing so far. Judging with just a single match, we do need some statistics before that. We do need some data for that conclusion to be made. But yeah, so far, the amount of fights that has happened and the amount of safe spot that the teams have tried to secure for themselves, I would say every single one of them in fact is trying their level best. But it's just a luck factor that comes into the play as well, because a luck factor comes in on a really big note as well for the teams. That yeah, you have the position for the other teams straight up, you have the advantageous point that you can take out on towards the team, eliminate them. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, as the match number 1 comes to a conclusion, and all these factors are still on the analysis side, we will be going on a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay here with us when we will come back after this short highlight break.
Only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Huh? Ora dai too slow? Catch up? के भइरहेछ यहाँ?
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the 2025 PMNC South Asia, the finals, the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, where now from today point onward all the way up to the 27th? Yes, 27th, we will have the top two who will go into the PMSL, in fact, PUBG Mobile Super League. But right now with you guys this time around, it is me once again, Torix, and with me, I think I'm looking at the right place. Yes, I'm looking at the right place. It is the one and only Red Queen Andy. Andy, welcome back. How you been?
Oh man, I'm still over the moon at how DRS actually scored that chicken dinner. DRS Gaming already showing us how it's done with that chicken dinner, right? Lucking in 19 points right out of the gate. It's like they came in saying, yeah, we're not here to mess around, but hey, NEPX wasn't far behind. I mean, they bagged 15 points, showing some serious grit, and 4 death machines. Solid start with 10 points, so it's already heating up, and we've just begun. You know, this is how we wanted the grand finals to be. Now, here's the deal, Torix. This isn't just any tournament. We've only got 3 days and 12 matches to decide who's taking home the crown, and of course, earning that golden PMSL ticket. That means there's zero room for error, and teams are going to have to balance playing aggressive with playing smart if they want to climb the leaderboard.
I mean, yeah, this is one of the factors where you have to play super carefully and super with the insightful mind on what the team can actually do. You have to learn about their strategies from this point onward. You can't just barrage in mindlessly on towards the teams, okay, with your own strategies. And no, you have to first analyze the other team's strategy, then devise the strategies according to that, and then push upon on the team. So that's the basic key, in fact, for the, I would say, the victory against the other teams at this point, and for the golden ticket, as you talked about, for the PMSL as well. So whatever the teams need to do, they need to do it as fast as possible with a little to no like a delay on their strategies. So judging from that factor and how the DRS actually played the first match, the Erangel is done. Now it's Miramar's time. As we change the pace of the map, the pace of the teams, we will have something completely different, maybe for the teams, from the teams at this point. And right now, as we know, Miramar is one of the few maps that is kind of like the longest map aside from the Rondo one. So you need to find the cars. If you don't have a car, you're not gonna survive for too long.
Oh, you are in big trouble, and you know it. If you don't have any vehicle working for you in Miramar, oh, that's gonna lessen your chance of survivability. That's how we should put it. And yes, we're taking a detour into the desert of Miramar. That will be our second match for today, where of course these snipers come to play and the terrain gets absolutely ruthless. Now, open fields, high ridges, and brutal rotations are the name of the game here, so we are expecting some seriously big brain plays. Now, what can we expect for today, Torix? You know what? If the playoffs taught us anything, it's that South Asia teams know how to keep it unpredictable, so to say. You know, with the stakes this high, you'll see some teams going all out, trying to secure early points, while others might play it safe, you know, waiting for the right moment to strike. But every knock, every rotation, every decision matters, and it's again going to be an interesting fight coming from all of the teams here. I mean, during match number 1, we've seen some of the prominent names, some big names as well, not performing great. So this is their chance to kind of redeem themselves.
This is the chance for them to redeem themselves from this point onward. It is the match number 2, ladies and gentlemen, the Miramar, and the Miramar is actually on its peak. We're going from the south side, Los Leones area, all the way up to the La Cobreria, meaning that majority of the hot drop locations like the Los Leones, the Picaro, the San Martin, whether it's the Hacienda del Patron, El Pozo, or the La Cobreria, it's actually accessible for the teams, the El Azhar, the Cruz del Valle, and the Torre Ahumada, where generally the teams do not go, is not going to be accessible unless you have a car for yourself, unless you have a vehicle for yourself and for your transportation. But yeah, so far it's looking really good, and I can totally assume some fights, at least some fights, may be occurring into this situation, as Los Leones is the house for two of the teams. We have no one in Picado this time around. La Bendita area gets two teams as well, but as the players are dropping down, as the players are coming down into their particular positions, the Monte Nuevo area also is seeming kind of promising in terms of the fight factor. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, HAINA definitely will take over El Pozo. Tribe AEROMACY's down south along Chumacero area. It's a split for them. They're evenly spread out of the map here. As for most of the teams, they're already in the middle. So I guess most, if not all, will not have a hard time, with their current or like with their rotation so far. And again, it's a passive start for most of the teams here, but just like what you mentioned a while ago, Torix, I think we have to look forward to the kind of action eventually coming from the side, or coming from the area rather, of Los Leones and perhaps Picado area, because I feel like SHREEPECH will definitely choose to go there. I mean, if you guys have been following PMNU Nepal, I think they've already disclosed the team's drop spots, for each map that we have in the PMNC. So I do wonder if they're going to follow those drop spots that we've seen so far posted on social media.
Yeah, that is true, but I'm just so confused in my mind that how the teams are gonna play this, because I thought no one put that early on a fight. Yeah, some fights did happen, like the Mystic got the elimination. In fact, not even Mystic, they got the damage on them, but not the knockdown or the confirmation onto any other team. They still have that one elimination point that they managed to secure into the match number 1, and judging from this factor, it is going to be a long Miramar, Andy. It's going to be a very long Miramar. Lord Nexus, Wimpy's here, getting on top of the mountains of the Los Leones area. He's going to look into the city just from here, and in hopes with the 3 times that he may find someone, which he's not going to do that. With the 3 times, you have no chance of finding anyone into the proximity, but oh, there we have it. There's a fight that can occur. Tribe AEROMACY being the team Mystic.
Yeah, I think Trix is the only player here, but okay, so far so good for Trix. He does have a lot of tricks up in his sleeves. I mean, he was able to shut down that player, but if he needs to get the job done, he needs to do it fast, because Mystic is already right here to back up their teammates. So this is going to be one heck of a fight for Trix. I mean, we're talking about a 4v1 situation over here. So I don't know what he's going to do in this situation. But hey, I mean, he was able to come this far in the competitive scene. So let's see what he's got.
We do have to see what he's got, but he needs to get on the rooftop. He misses that situation. He misses that opportunity. Whoa. But wait a second. I don't know you could get on the rooftop like this. Okay. You learn something new every day. But here we go. Trix healing himself. The cavalry's coming from the backside as he healed himself back to the 75% HP. He's going to close down the distance between the teams from a close range, from very, very close. There we go. The grenades are going over there. Rig is going to get taken down. It's a completion on Rig's side. Tribe AEROMACY is going to be the first team to lose a single player. The Mystic has the first blood drawn on the Tribe AEROMACY, but will Tribe AEROMACY retaliate in this situation? Will they get some eliminations? Because I can still see one guy. Why are you so further into the back? Was that Zio? I think that was Zio for a second. No, in fact, it was not Zio. It was Venom that's on the top of the mountain trying to shoot the way down into the compounds, but you're not gonna get those compounds eliminations. Come on. The only thing thing that you can do right now is cover back up to your team, get back to them, and get some decent number of eliminations done. But as soon as he's going to get out, he's going to get shot on from the side of Mystic Caesar. It's a knockdown. It's a shot from the backside of Venom as well. Caesar is back into the compound. There is no way that the Team AEROMACY can get out of the situation unharmed. I do believe so. There's only going to be one player alive from this point onward, and that will be Zoo.
Okay, here we go. What a knock. And that, of course, a headshot coming from miles away is perfectly executed by, of course, AST. Anyway, AEROMACY now already have 2 of the players down. Now make that 3, so it's not looking too good for them. They started up pretty strong in Erangel. Now we're talking about Venom being the last player here. I mean, the first one to go out from the team was Rig, and Venom took the mid-man position. He was able to provide a little backup, for the rest of AEROMACY. It's just that it wasn't enough. Mystic Twisted as well as Nexus, 2 teams coming from Bhutan. They have been making a lot of waves in the local community, and I'm very much happy to see them perform at a PMNC. Now it was also kind of a beautiful thing to watch that Mystic Twisted was able to emerge victorious up against the likes of AEROMACY. So I guess, the Bhutanese who are probably watching right now are celebrating with joy because, well, of course, who doesn't want to see their favorite teams really do great, in a competition such as this one. But again, for AEROMACY, they're still alive, okay? They're still part of the game here. 3 casualties, though. So Venom, the only player remaining, the sole survivor for AEROMACY, now has to find another place where he can be safe for now, remain incognito. But on the flip side, hey, they still managed to put 1 point in the bag. So don't know what kind of magic they have in store for us. But in the meantime, let's check out T2K Esports. That was a great shot coming from OG, shutting down Rifa. And now TM7 knows exactly they're about to get into a fight.
They are going to get into the fight. And we can see the T2K not playing the first match that good, but right now they are ready. They are ready to take this action into their own hands, into their own names. Here we go. T2K, OG, closing down. Forward is the WETM7, the team that survived. I have to give them the title for the survival at this point because the first match that they survived, Admiral, that was an admirable job. But here we go. Eddie shows his face, gets maybe a splash bit of damage, but not enough. But from the backside, we can see the team KOM. They're the ones that are shooting at the T2K, and once again, T2K falling with the short straw in their hand. Through Love closing down to the TM7. On the other side, we can see a Jaya or Igneous getting that revive to OG, meaning that T2K is kind of like covered from different angles where they have to like take the fights from all the different particular positions. They take their fights towards the TM7 into this particular mountain. They're going to be shot from the backside. They go down and closes up the situation. That also can mean death for them.
Yeah, it's not an easy feat, for the side of T2K. We're talking about 2 teams here trying to go at them, and they're sandwiched in between, to be honest. So T2K, we've known this, guys, right, to be able to deliver the kind of gameplay, the kind of aggressive gameplay that we expect from them. But right now, it's not really the best of spots for the side of T2K here. I mean, KOM is also kind of joining into the mixer, so this is going to be like a 4-way battle here, and I don't know how long T2K can survive in this situation. But to Love, okay, he's keeping a close eye onto OG right here. Of course, he has the intention to save his teammate, and Igneous just became a bush here. I mean, nobody saw him, so he does have that element of surprise. He could potentially knock down at least maybe 2 players from the side of KOM, and that could pave the way for T2K Esports to survive this clash.
T2K, I have to give it to Igneous. That is a very, very big brain move to hide into that bush. No, you're not gonna... I know you're gonna be fine, but it's just for the giggles that, okay, he's trying his level best. He's trying his level best. If not the cover, why not the bushes? Why not the leaves? take the bullet for this guy. But Orpheus now going back into the minivan. They're going to move out of this particular location. I have to give it to VE72, even though it was a knockdown straight from the T2K side. The first one, they still managed to revive all their players once again, and a 4-man party is moving forward for the fight. True Love in the front lines, and you can clearly see how VETM7 is slowly and steadily kind of like covered from all the different angles. The moment they're going to try to move out of this area, it's going to be death.
Oh man, it's I mean, this particular clash right here, it's a three-way battle, right? So this is perhaps like one of the many first Mexican standoffs that we are going to witness happen in this tournament, but they're already tanking the blue here, Torix. So the need for them to settle the score, the need for them to finish this business is an absolute must. The clock is ticking. They do not have to deal with just teams that are directly in front of them, but they also need to be aware of the fact that they're already being devoured by the Blue Reapers. So again, the clock is ticking. Now, looking at the situation from the mat feed, we've got SHREEPECH over here, right down there in the middle. In side San Martin, we've got the Royal GURKHAS coming in as well. Plenty of teams will be coming from down south, and again, from the south of Minas Generales, the teams are still going at it, exchanging and having those trade-offs. So let's see who's going to be winning the fight.
We do have to see who's going to win the fight out at this location so far, but so far, AEROMACY is the only team that will get the elimination on them. The rest of the teams that you can see you can see on your screen on how they're trying to fight. Royal GURKHAS is one of the teams trying to throw the Molotovs all the way down. That they may hinder some of the momentum for the teams to like not come up and rush upon on this guy. But Psycho, you have nowhere else to go. You have no place to go. You go down, you're gonna be taken down. You stay here, the team will rush. Royal Dragon, it's a 3 versus 1 fight right now against Psycho, but S12 Kid managed to make a connection, but not enough. The player can get knocked out. GURKHAS closing in. Mamba, oh my god, get instantly obliterated. Frag gets taken down, and this is what I was talking about. Krish finally confirms that knockdown and finishes that elimination. At least 1 point to the name. Then both sides are gonna throw the grenades. But oh my god, the anticipation from Royal Dragons. Claws grenade, that was amazing. He knew that the player is gonna go into the backside. He threw that grenade towards the back where the player was actually moving to, and in an instant it's all over. Another team, Royal GURKHAS, out of the match.
Oh man, I did say this at the beginning of the matches. I mean, Royal Dragons will definitely play an explosive tactics right here for the PMNC, and oh man, they are doing just that. But anyway, we're talking about 14 teams remaining. True Love, just like that. I mean, T2K is almost completely wiped out. I mean, True Love doesn't have any vehicle to his name, so how long is he gonna last in this situation? Oh man. Okay, so T2K, again, not the best of start so far for T2K. But obviously, this is already the grand final stories, and you did say this. I mean, we only have 3 days, 12 matches for all the teams here. So again, they need to pick up the pace as soon as they can, because if they continue on playing at this kind of energy, it could be hard, for T2K to dominate. If we are really going to be honest here.
I mean, that is true at this point. The way that all these aggressions are happening, and the way that the teams are fighting. Even you said that the Royal Dragons is definitely going for the explosion side, and that's exactly why they have 5 eliminations. But here we go, another team losing their lives outside of the play zone and in the hand of LOD. That's 3 eliminations. The 4th one was like, okay, I'm not gonna give my elimination to you. I'm just gonna give my elimination to the play zone. That's where we all come from. But RC32, SHREEPECH Esports, this is another team that is kind of right now struggling but alive. Struggling but alive, meaning that even in this match, they have a decent amount of chance to secure some decent number of points, even if not for the elimination, just the positioning points. LOD so far, That's 6 total points into like the previous match and 3 eliminations in this one, meaning a total of 9 points for these guys. It's definitely going to help them. Then moving on, we have a total of 12 teams. Stage number 4. Once again, this is the scenario from the playoffs where it's stage number 4, stage number 5 making up, but still 12 teams, 13 teams, and at one point we have even seen 14 teams alive as well.
Okay, so what sets Royal Dragons apart is their ability to shine in clutch scenarios. I mean, they were able to bag 5 points now, the highest so far in the match ranking here. They're the team that I can say can turn a seemingly hopeless situation into a victory with a one well-timed push or like one perfectly executed play, and that resilience and adaptability makes them like quite a huge threat in the PMNC. So I'm also kind of excited as well at how good Royal Dragons are going to be performing for PMNC. And now getting back to KOM, they already have 3 under their belts. They are about to go up against a team. I just didn't quite see who that team was. But anyway, jumping back into Royal Dragons, HAINA ESPORTS is pretty close to them. And if I'm seeing the minimap right, there are at least 5 teams within that area.
There is 5 teams. Yeah, that is true. But another circle's closing in. That's one thing as well, where you have 5 teams in a single area close down to the vicinity. The fight will definitely occur. But the next circle shift, how is it going to affect those teams? Imagine the circle staying there and nobody moving. Those 5 teams just cementing themselves, just putting concrete on their feet right there and then not making a single move. But here we go. KOM versus LOD. It is the grenade fight. First of foremost, Loco from KOM throwing grenades on Wimpy. No connection whatsoever. The Wimpy is actually behind that rock. So Loco is definitely going to try to throw those grenades behind that rock. Nobody's going to get those connections. Wimpy throwing the grenades as a retaliation and no connection whatsoever. So it's a back and forth, just a waste of utilities that you're going to have for yourself. What I would suggest is use those smokes, make some smoke paths, then move forward against all these players. On the backside, you can see Team KOM has the idea. Yes, they know that there is someone at the very corner near the compound, near the houses, that may have a chance to shoot at us to knock us down.
And now Royal Dragon, okay, they're still holding on to a compound here. They're pretty much surrounded by a lot of teams. And I can say, judging by what I see on the screen here, Claw, he definitely has this great vantage point. He could potentially shut down a couple of players from HAINA Esports. He could also apply a lot of pressure, to be honest. But again, it all boils down on how good of an execution they can pull off, from that particular spot. Now, 12 teams remaining. We're looking at RC3-2. Right down below them are the boys of Mystic. So far, I don't see any angle that can work, so we'll just have to wait. But for KOM, Hang is hanging by a thread here, and he's pretty low in HP. I mean, KOM expressing their intention, of course, to pick up their teammate, but the situation is definitely not allowing them from this point. RLX Esports, Omega out of the game. 3 players right now. Thabs was one of the players that had an early elimination from Erango, so this is his chance to kind of explode and rack up some points for the team. RLX still part of stage 5, which is, I can say, in Miramar, okay, the circle is already shrinking, but the teams, it's still a double-digit number here, so I feel like it's going to get crowded eventually.
Yeah, the crowd is definitely going to be there. And judging from the fact and figurines on how the teams are playing, yes, the last zones will definitely be crowded. The play zone, it's already an open side area where the teams are kind of having a really difficult position to like hold themselves. Some has shacks, some has the ridges, some has the mountaintops as their own covers. But one thing is for sure, and those are the fights. NEPX is fighting. They're getting those eliminations on the team KOM, getting that knock, getting that confirmation. RLX is also a part of that aggression. Okay, they're also going to get an elimination from this particular angle. Hio from KOM looking at RLX on the back line. There's, oh my god, I saw so many names. At one point, I saw so many names. And HAINA ESPORTS close to the RC32. This fight can ensue. The single grenade will determine whether you're going to have like a decent point or you're going to just give away your position. And that's exactly what happened. Anish got a knockdown pointer on towards the players. Now the second grenade, the third grenade, the fourth grenade, the barrages are going to go forward. Ninja getting a HAINA, another player. Himson is down. Third grenade going on from Classy, but the car is going down to ram the player down in an instant. But B90 going to take down both of the players. In fact, one of the players, the second one comes in for the clutch. Ninja get the knockdown done and connected. The grenade goes. It does a small bit of splash damage, but for now, Ninja is going to secure those eliminations. Going to go back to the reload side. 50 bullets are up. Himson gets taken down. RC32 on the backside gets instantly third-partied by the team MTD. Twisted 4. One player gets taken down. The second one is super low. Giles could have taken the player down, but UMP45 goes on the reload. The player reloads it up, takes the second player down. Giles, the final guy, the final hope of the team. It's all up to this. It's all up to him. And once again on the other side, we can see Ninja taking the fight. Mukesh is also down. That's a third party going somewhere into the proximity.
Classy is on a roll here. 2 down, 2 to go for the side of RC32. Bag of 3 elimination points. Classy still cooks up that nade up against Bhutan's Mystic Destiny, or Mystic Twisted. I don't know what's going to happen in this situation, since we still got a couple of players from Mystic who's currently down on the ground. They need to reset, they need to regroup, and they need to do it fast. But this is, of course, the opportunity for RC32 to collect all of those points they need to maintain their competitiveness from PMNC. And now we got Ninja trying to get into position here, trying to get a move, and was able to shut that score. HAINA now just got eliminated. We're looking at the 10 teams remaining for stage 6 here in Miramar.
We are into the stage number 6, ladies and gentlemen, in which case scenario, it's only going to be 2 more minutes before the stage actually closes up. DRS also getting those knockouts, getting those eliminations. That's the first elimination that they're going to have in this match. Then Dilla, talking about them, look at this, cooking the grenade up once again. RC32, these guys talking the fight against the team MTD Twisted. In the meanwhile, LOD Nexus gets eliminated. Claw comes in, takes on kill down, and that's a third party closing in. Claw getting on kills elimination. Killer YT using the grenades on JUTTI squad. The Molotov is going to make sure that the player is actually outside of the compound. The player gets eliminated.
Whoa.
Ninja gets a knockdown on the grenade side, and with this, now we have some decent number of points from the side of RC32. They have redeemed themselves, at least for now, in this match. But they still need to cover up the points from the previous match as well if they want to have a decent amount of chance to survive.
Yep, the zone is already shrinking here, ladies and gents, and the chaos is erupting. Now looking at a DRS, man, shutting down Precious just like that. Coming from Delta was a nasty one. Can Precious still get revived from the situation? Let's see what's going to happen as Domain tried to get close, trying to pick up his teammate, but Delta already on the move here. He will be pushing with the rest of the team here. XMP cooking that Molly, so let him cook in this situation. Now we can see that Delta's kind of looking behind because he want to check if there are teams that will do a backstab up against the arrest. But KOM, monitoring the situation, man. He definitely heard those gunshots. And just look at here, we also have the boys of SPE. Mafia Punk trying to get ready here, close out his car lights. So I'm pretty sure they're going to join into the mix as well. I mean, if you do have that opportunity to score a lot of them, I mean, that's probably the best idea, the most logical way to do in any battle royale. If you do have the advantage, you have to make all of the advantage work for your side. Now 7 teams remaining. We are also at stage 7 here. KOM, okay, I can say that they are kind of protected, from this shack right here, but they have to avoid, teams throwing in mollies and nades because that could wipe them out entirely.
Oh my god, so far, look at this. We're down to the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. Our Alex has just been eliminated with just the 2 eliminations that they could get into this match. And now, from this point onward, now we are looking at the fact and figurines. 7 eliminations, the Royal Dragon going on forward. 17 players are alive. DRS getting those 5 eliminations. It's a very, very amazing number so far for themselves. Suba in the front lines, going back outside of the circle so far, so he's gonna use those grenades, he's gonna use those utilities to maybe knock down the players. But you have to know about this fact as well, that at this point, the teams, the way that they are fighting, they're getting into the engagements, you have to be very careful on whatever you're gonna do. One wrong move, we have talked about this, one wrong move from this point onwards, stage number 7, it's gonna mean your demise. The NEPX is alive. Okay, NEPX is also alive with 4 eliminations, 19 total points so far. So one thing that all these names, AST is one of the names that did a really good job into the match number 1, but they got eliminated early on into this one. RC32 got eliminated first match, but now they're doing really good. They're closing in, but me and my big mouth, I had to say it, and RC32 Ninja gets taken down with that single grenade, and a third party is ensuing from the NEPX side.
Royal Dragons definitely built their momentum so far, but they're getting picked off one by one. I mean, we're talking about 2 members remaining for the side of Royal Dragons. 7 points in total is a pretty solid performance coming from Royal Dragons. And now we can see that nades being thrown from this side of NEPX here. Classy remains elusive. So again, a great dance coming from RC32. Now, Mukesh kind of hesitant right there to throw the nade, so he pulls out his M416, but of course he needs to be quick on the triggers here. Delta, ooh, with a massive spray up against KOM, getting Loco down, and that was a confirmation coming through. Loco out of the game. Example continues to retaliate at this point in the competition. Stage 8, one more stage to go. Torix and stage 9 will definitely devour all the teams that we see on the screen.
Oh my god, this is good. This is good going on. Everyone is right now trying to struggle out of this area, and one wrong move, it's all it's gonna take. And these are the names, these are the players that have been trying to do their level best in securing that positioning, those points for themselves at this point. But for now, if we do have to talk about the facts and figurines, we have to talk about the fact that RC32 is also gonna get eliminated right here and now. And from this point onward, 7 eliminations to the side of Team RD. We are looking at the 2 players, the NEPX, DRS. These 2 teams have a very high chance of securing that chicken dinner just because of the manpower that they have. But oh my god, that was so close, Master Zerdy. You just survived a hell to be lose upon you. But NEPX Rex gets Master Zerdy an instant backside. It's a fire on the side of RD. Claw from SHREEPECH Esports. It's over on RD side.
Man, if SPE is the first team to be taken out of the equation here, Torix is going to be round number 2 for DRS and NEPX. Now we can see on the screen only a handful of players left, and it's anyone's game for now. I mean, between all of these 3 teams, every step, every shot counts. Who's walking away with the chicken dinner for this round? We are about to see that happen in just a few more minutes here, ladies and gents. I mean, we are already at stage 9, so this is kind of a great wrap-up for Miramar match. Now, NEPX, they do have that number of advantage. It's a whopping 44% here. We can see that Rex is already making all of the advantages work out for the team here. He's doing a lot of spray up against SPE. Gurung currently on the ground here, so I do feel like Xenos will opt to save his teammate for a while because he does need all the firepower from their side to even take on DRS and NEPX at this point.
DRS, NEPX, SHREEPECH, and now there we go. The last guy of SHREEPECH gets eliminated by the hand of NEPX. I have to give it to NEPX this time around. 9 eliminations so far, and all the 4-man still standing. DRS might not be able to survive, might not be able to secure that chicken dinner, even though they did got the first demand. But oh my god, Example comes in, takes down Domain. Example also gets taken down. It's a back and forth equilibrium. Once again, a 3 versus 2 scenario closing on. Delta has a DBS in hand, a level 3 helmet only, not the level 3 vest, but he can actually loot this airdrop. No, he can actually get the level 3, but it's already been looted. The player's low on that HP. Rex gets Delta down, and now it's all up to the down to the Killer YT, the last guy alive. Killer YT managed to take down 1. Rex and Igneous in the back lines. The shots can come from both angles. MG3 will definitely make its connection. 41 bullets. The player needs to be on the really secure side on how he's going to take the fight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. NEPX Precious takes the final nail in the coffin. Team DB DRS gets eliminated, and it's a winner chicken dinner for these guys. Amazingly done. Amazing start for the NEPX 2 into the match number 2.
Man, oh man, that was a risky push coming from DRS just moments ago, and I think that was kind of one of the reasons why it was a ripple effect onto their side, and NEPX just came rushing in, and adrenaline pumping moves that happened from the side of NEPX, and that pushed them to actually score that winner chicken dinner. I mean, it was already a 2v1 situation. I mean, Delta obviously was the last player coming from DRS, if I'm not mistaken, and the moment NEPX was able to revive another player from their side, I guess that's all NEPX needs to really grab that chicken by the neck. And just look at the stats here. Rex again with an explosive gameplay. Individually he was able to score 5 under his name, so that is a total of 41.67% team contribution, almost half of the performance that we've seen coming from the team. But NEPX, it is already 1 point going up against a DRS, so both of the teams already has 1 point under their name. So this is a brewing rivalry that we are seeing right now, the veterans versus the young guns.
I mean, at this point, they are trying to make a point here. And fighting against DRS in this crucial moment and taking that chicken dinner right from their faces, from their plates. Oh, they're gonna be pissed into the next match. Remember this. And the match number 3 on top of that. Oh my god, Andy, I just realized that the match number 3 is gonna be off the Sandhawk 1. Oh, we are up for a very big bang this time around.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it's gonna be the jungle playground of chaos. Fast-paced, close-quarter action is the absolute name of the game when it comes to Sandhawk, and of course, the blue zone will wait for no one. So this is where adaptability and aggression will take center stage, and it's going to be an amazing fight considering the fact that everyone is already at their toes. They need to pick up the pace, especially for those teams that are currently at the bottom part section of the leaderboard ranking. Of course, we're not showing the leaderboards just yet, but I'm pretty sure also that you guys have been tracking your team's performance. You know it by heart, how we do the point system, so you already have an idea which of the teams here are currently dominating. And speaking of domination, it is of course Killer YT, the MVP of the match here, and a whopping 91.3% body shot coming from this player.
This guy did an amazing job whatsoever. But going into the stats, it's 5 elimination, 888 damage, 888 for the player. Then we have the contribution of a total of 62.50% for the team. He contributed more than 50%, and that's all I need to know for this player to say that, okay, those 5 eliminations, they were definitely coming in. 58 total eliminations into the match. Miramar had more than 10,000 healings, 10,199 healings, 61 knocks, 282 throwables, 3 airdrops, 14 headshots, and 19 revives. And oh my goodness, Miramar at its very best with 410 meters of the longest elimination from Hang.
Yeah, if I remember it correctly, I mean, he was out there in the open and he got surrounded by a lot of his enemies, but he was able to bag 3 points for himself. So I guess I could say it was an incredible performance coming from Hang here, KOM. We are just at the second match here of the day number one, the grand finals, and it's really promising. You know, it's just day one, but this competition, this stage of the PMNC is shaping up to be like an addictive adrenaline serving tournament for each and every one of us. So again, what a finish, you know, coming from NEPX. They secured a victory with pinpoint precision and of course absolute domination in the final circle with a total of 22 points. It's DRS Gaming came in at second place with only 14. So if we talk about like having a gap here, I think this is a quite big, you know, that NEPX was able to put on the board.
That is absolutely true. NEPX did put a very big gap on the board with the winner chicken dinner that now that they have secured. It's definitely going to help them a lot on this thing. But yeah, so far going back onto like the second chart, it is LOD Nexus with just 3 points. Then we have a series of 1 JUTTI Squad, AEROMACY, Royal GURKHAS, 4 Death Machines, then HAINA ESPORTS, G2K, and VE TM7 with just 0 points. These are the 3 names that couldn't even secure a single point to their name into the match, and that was about it. The match number 2 came to a conclusion. The Miramar at its very best. We saw the longest elimination. We saw the highest number of healings too throughout the game so far, and on top of that, we also saw that 4-man party, the NEPX, that did their very best into the match number 1, stealing those eliminations, finally securing a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
You know what, during the playoffs, just want to point it out, you know, Tribe AEROMACY finished off strong, and as well as HAINA Esports, they were part of the top 4 teams that actually performed really great. You know, that's the reason why they are at the top. But so far, after 2 matches here, Torix, they're not exactly doing great just yet. I do wonder if they can replicate, of course, that kind of tenacity we saw from the playoffs back into the grand finals. You know, I mean, it's still too early to call out anything. It's still too early to say anything. But, you know, the time is not on anyone's side here, if we're going to be honest. And also for T2K, I mean, we just concluded the second match of this evening, and they exited the game again empty-handed. So I don't know what's going wrong with T2K, but hopefully, since we do have some more matches to come up, are we gonna see an aggressive T2K following in Sandhog?
Please, I am hoping for that, because NEPX couldn't do first game good. T2K couldn't do that good into the first game. T2K got eliminated early on this one, but T2K might be able to like secure some points into the next match, which is Sandhog. But before we head into the Sandhog, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What's up? What's up? Huh? Bora dai too slow? What's up? के भइराछ यहाँ? Bora dai! कहाँ छिस् त? कोही सक्दैन? यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिराछ?
बरा दाइ हामी फास्ट हैन तपाई एकदम स्लो चलिरा हो हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौं तपाईको लागि
हक्र नगर्न
बरा दाइले बेदेखि पबजी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पबजी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेका छौं तपाईले एकचोटी पबजी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it Let it Let it Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings.
So hey everyone, welcome back to the PMNC Grand Finals. Of course, my name is Red Queen, your favorite girl, and I'm here with Torix, your favorite guy. Hey! So we're ready for some insane action for today. Now, get this, ladies and gents. For the third match, we are dropping straight into Sandhawk, and of course, this is where things get wild. So Sandhawk is all about the jungle chaos. You know, you have to think about fast rotations and of course ultra close combat and unexpected skirmishes that can turn a match on its head in seconds. So with the stakes this high, every second counts, and the teams are going to have to be both nimble and ruthless. Are you guys ready? Are you ready, Torix, for the third match? By the way, this is already the third match, and we're having such a great time here that we didn't even notice that we are, you know, we're about to go through, you know, the map right down there in the middle.
I mean, yeah, we're almost into the third match, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, talking about the previous two, DRS got the first one. Then we had NEPX taking the Miramar match for themselves. But now it's about time from 1920 GMT 545 to Sandhawk to take the flight. And as Sandhawk will take the flight, yes, the ruthlessness, we will be seeing that. We will be seeing the ruthlessness from all the players, all the teams. And now, it's all about Sandhawk. DRS, they will be hungry for the blood as well. NEPX, they got the chicken dinner. Yes, they will be playing this game on a really consistent side maybe, but I'm more concerned about the T2K and their performance, how T2K is actually gonna do it up for themselves, because they haven't been doing that good. Okay, yes, the first match they managed to like secure almost 10, maybe 11 points for themselves, but second match, the Miramar, they got eliminated early on. Will this be a redemption map for them? Will they be able to redeem some of the points that they lost into the premises or not? Because the answer is about to come for us, guys. The match has started right here and now. And as we see, the Sandhawk, the match number 3, the play line is actually bisecting the full map in half.
Whew, oh man. Okay, so let's talk about what we can expect, from our teams in Sandhawk here, Torix. I mean, obviously rapid and no holds barred gameplay where strategy meets pure adrenaline. Everyone needs to step up their game, that is for sure. Jaw dropping a clutch or maybe a scramble to secure that key area. I mean, Sandhawks is definitely going to push these teams to their limits and will give us those moments that will keep us at the edge of our seats here. And as you mentioned, the flight pad is right down there in the middle, and we all know that Paradise Resort will be fully booked at the beginning of this round. It's going to be HAINA ESPORTS, I'm pretty sure about that one, and perhaps, 4 Death Machines. RLX and SVE close together, and they're headed towards the northern part of Sandhawk over here. But as for the other teams, they are in their respective areas. But I feel like, okay, so this is new. This is new. Paradise Resort has been taken over by HAINA, and no team is actually there to contest them just yet. So I feel like it's going to be RLX that's going to have a first fight here. Okay, speaking of RLX, yes. Well, yeah, that's a trade-off that we have been waiting for.
You called it. You called it right there and then. Team RLX taking the first fight, getting those knockdowns against SHREEPECH Esports so far. But Zen's no gun. Wait a second. The whole team doesn't even have a gun. No, this is way too intense as Joker YT is reloading the gun. He's going to get some shots. He's going to receive some damage from the UMP-45, but he still manages to get those eliminations done upon on the player, get that knockout connected. But the back angle, the back stab coming on. No, now down to the very last guy, Guru and GV2. It's all up to this guy as he is shooting at the 4 death machines. Oh my god, come on. Are you serious? As a solo player, you're shooting as a third team that is right into the proximity moving away from you.
Oh man, not a great start though for the side of SVE. But you know what? For 4 Death Machines, it was an explosive gameplay nonetheless to speak of during the first round, which we had in Erangel. So I feel like they're certainly in the mood, for the day number 1 of the PMNC here. Now, RLX out and about, they still get to have their full squad, but from the kill feed, okay, just as what we were talking about, the 4 Death Machines is now getting picked up one by one as well. SHREEPECH over here, Gurung, last remaining survivor. There's a need for him to kind of reposition himself as well. Obviously, he doesn't have the manpower, he doesn't have the firepower to go through the squads here. I mean, it is still too early for a fight now for Gurung, so I don't exactly know where he is going because we have all of the teams here, all of the 16 teams evenly spread out all through Sandhawk. So where do you go at a time like this?
Where do you go at a time like this? This is a question that needs to be answered, but unfortunately, I don't have that answer for that. I don't have an answer for that at this point. But the teams might have it, and the teams might just utilize that answer for themselves. This is the trade secret that they want no one to know but themselves. But yes, so far 16 teams into the Sandhawk. The more I was expecting a map to go into an aggressive mode, the more it is on the safer side. Why? Why is it always like this? The more aggressive I want a map, the more passive it is. And even right now, it has been 4 minutes, 5 minutes almost. Not a single team has got on the elimination side.
I mean, again, everyone knows what is at stake here. I feel like they don't even care that much about the prize pool. I mean, everyone's just really gunning for those tickets to PMSL. And again, we only have 2 tickets to give away here for the 16 teams, so it's going to be a tough rounds, tough matches for the PMNC Grand Finals. And DRS, again, it's a formula that works for them for now. I mean, again, during the first few zones, they are avoiding all conflicts. They're not getting into any fights. They're not getting into any engagements, and it has been working out for them ever since the playoffs. Also for game number 1 and game number 2, I mean, we've seen them really pop off during the latter stages of the game here, and well, they're not disappointing because it's a strong finish when it comes to eliminations. It also was a strong finish with a chicken dinner. So I feel like the new server for Nepal is really working out for the teams here.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of working out for all of these teams so far. They are doing a great job on this. But talking about all the facts and figurines so far, RLX, they are the ones that got those 3 eliminations on ESPORTS, and after that, they're kind of right now just chilling out there. They're in the circle. They don't have anywhere to go. They don't need to, in fact, go anywhere. So they're just chilling. They are just chilling and not moving too much from the premises, from the area. So for now, it has been 6 minutes, and I kind of want to see how the teams are gonna like momentize themselves from this angle as 16 teams into the second, third, even the 4th stage. It will be so hard.
Exactly. Ooh, coming off the kill feed though. KOM, Nexus, going head to head here, having those trade-offs, and now we're looking at Nexus losing 2 of their members, so it's going to be crucial. It's going to be critical for the side of Nexus here. Wimpy hiding from inside this house. Okay, there was a need for him to reposition himself. Good anticipation, I can say. He knows that there's someone cooking up a nade here. And looking at Keto, he does have an M416, went in for a massive spray, but not knocking out anyone from that angle. And now he is being pursued by 2 of the members of KOM. Keto still tries to defend himself with a DBS and effectively was able to put 1 under his belt. And now he goes in for the charge. Unfortunately, though, for KOM, they seal the deal and emerge victorious from the clash, jumping into Tribe AEROMACY. So far, so good. No team is pretty close to them, and so they remain safe for now.
They remain safe for now, and this is a good thing. For them, at the very least, because this is Sanhok, and oh my god, all the 3 islands in the circle? No, you don't say this. This is gonna be a more chaotic one. Boot camp, Camp Alpha side, and the ruins area on the 3rd island. Oh no, this is hard. This is hard for the teams. But Supremacy ESPORTS and 4 Death Machines are the only ones so far outside of the blue zone, taking the blue zone damage. And right with this, we are looking at the fact on how Killmonger is trying to like rotate himself inside the circle, whereas oh my god, the player close to the vicinity, he can have the opportunity to take him down, but he has to listen to the footsteps first. So far it is Thabs into like the outskirts area. Now he is looking in the compounds and near the compounds. Maybe he can try to find someone into the premises. He can go and shoot at them because he knows that there's a smoke into the vicinity. There is bound to be someone.
It is hard for the teams, but it is more fun for us. So we want that to happen. I mean, we came for the action, and we can't wait to see those blue waters turn to red. Okay, here we go. 15 teams, stage 2, 2 seconds before we hit stage 3. T2K Esports on the screen here. OG right behind this Boulder. Right in front of him is Thabs coming from RLX. Not exactly sure though if Thabs is even aware of the fact that T2K is already doing kind of a sleazy move in here. So maybe they could, for the side of T2K Esports, maybe they could sneak in an attack up against RLX. But let's see what kind of execution will happen for the side of T2K. But for 4DM, man, pick has already been picked up by Omega of RLX. 4 Death Machines is having an exchange up against T2K as well. And again, Ajaya has been taken out of the equation. Falcons of 4 Death Machines is about to get picked up as well from that angle. But OG, man, he let go. Okay, never mind. I said that. OG said, "What are you talking about, Red Queen? I'm about to just finish him off."
Oh, the player actually did not get finished off by this guy. He in fact, had the hand in getting that knockout, but the player got finished off by the play circle. RLX Omega, the solo guy, the only guy alive in this proximity, he is waiting for the players to like pass out of this area so he can have a safer side, but he doesn't even have any kind of healings for himself. Okay, 3 first aid. It's a good thing. It's a good opportunity. Now he's once again going to be on the safe side, healing himself back to the 100% HP, 75% HP whenever he can. The only single utility, the juice or the painkiller that he had chucked it up. Now with just a smoke and 3 first aid kit, he's going to be all alone into the outskirts proximity of the circle. But RC32 closing in. PD Sama slowly and steadily approaching the situation, but oh my god, the backside. Kyo from KOM taking down Ninja. It's a confirmation. Classy, Anish, PD Sama, the 3 guys alive are the only hopes in this particular region. So we do have to see how they're going to be able to do that, how they're going to go forward from this particular position onward. PD Sama cooking those grenades. Will you hit those grenades? The answer is no. Before you can even do that, you're going to be spotted. It's going to be knocked down, and it's going to be all over for you. Omega reloading the gun on the right side. The player he goes forward and kills a Killmonger. It's an elimination on 4 Death Machine.
I'm not sure if I'm reading the numbers right here, Torix, but NEPX now with 22 elimination points in total for the 3 matches that we're having so far, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but anyway, getting back to action. I'm just a little bit confused on the numbers I see on the screen here. Okay, NEPX, we brought them up just a while ago. Okay, they are getting shot at by Royal GURKHAS. Mukesh, okay, goes in for the reposition. He went for a massive spray up against another player in the battlefield. I'm not sure if it comes from Royal GURKHAS, but judging by the position here, Royal GURKHAS is applying a lot of pressure onto the side of NEPX just because they are doing the gatekeeping situation here and could potentially, deny entry onto the boys of NEPX. RC32, we saw them kind of have an explosive gameplay just moments ago, but unfortunately, I don't think they can maintain that kind of pace, that high level pace right at this moment, just because of the fact that they've already lost 2 of their members. They're holding on to a compound here, but it's right outside of the zone, and right up in front of them are teams like RLX and even NEPX. So it could be a little bit of a struggle for their team to even step into the circle.
I mean, at this point, it's Sandhawk. Even if you're outskirts of the play zone, you will still have enough time, unless it's like the 6th stage, 7th stage to get inside that circle. But this is the wrong move. Example, this was the wrong move, and you paid for it. You definitely paid for it. He is the guy that's knocked down, and now from this point onward, Team DRS, they will be looking at the Team Mystic as well. Fortunately for the Team Mystic, they definitely got a lot of damage on them, but not enough damage the player can get knocked out. And on top of that, they were they were outside of the blue zone as well, so no damage whatsoever from the blue zone. Delta gets a splash damage from the grenade once again, back to the 50% HP. Example gets a finisher. Killer YT closing in, but he gets shot from Caesar. Delta taking all the loot from his team members, and now moving forward, we are slowly and steadily seeing the situation unfold. Giante taking the other angles. RG Arc, Royal GURKHAS, that's a 3rd party, ladies and gentlemen, on RC32 happening at the same time. Killer YT gets a knockdown from the play zone. It's a confirmation, and another circle shifted up towards the ruins island. HAINA on the bridge. If you want to go under the bridge, you can do that, but Tribe AEROMACY might just be able to spot you down and take you out as well.
I mean, Tribe AEROMACY already down. They're smacked in the middle, so I guess it's a great spot since there's a lot of teams headed towards, to their direction, and they could probably shut them down, from a distance. Again, that's a great vantage point, I can say, from the side of Tribe AEROMACY. But we'll just have to wait at how effective their execution will be from this point on. But for the side of DRS, man, this could be their first, perhaps underwhelming performance, for day number 1 of the grand final, since they haven't put out any score just yet, and now they're down to their last players. So I do wonder if they can pick up some elements before they completely exit the game. But looking back at HAINA ESPORTS, okay, they're going up against JUTTI at the moment. Slayer trying to slay, but couldn't hit his target just yet. I do wonder when they will start to actually just get into the circle here. They still do need to choose a very good angle and a very good position here. But they're actually spread out onto the map here, Torix.
They are spread out onto the map, yeah, that is for sure. But looking at the facts and figurines, you can see like the teams and the players at this point, at this particular location, how they're trying to get inside. RC32 Classy, he's super low in that HP. Oh my god, he doesn't even have anything, so he's just gonna nade himself. But before that grenade can actually connect, the player will get eliminated by the play circle. 10 teams are remaining into the game. RG Arc gets knocked down. NEPX Domain gets a knockdown. Krish is looking into the front lines as well, but he has to be careful off the backside too, even though there is nobody. Only we can see he does not know that there is nobody onto the backside, so he has to be careful. Slayer HAINA shooting on the player, getting a lot of damage, in which case scenario the single grenade can definitely make a connection, and yes, it does. It takes down the team NEPX out of this vicinity. It is a HAINA ESPORTS getting that final nail in the coffin with not Zeus, a grenade, and getting Mukesh down.
2 teams from the top 4 of the playoffs just went head-to-head, and HAINA eliminating the boys of NEPX. Okay, that was a victorious win from the side, or from their side, rather. Now, NEPX with only 3 elimination points out of the game, which brings us down to just 9 teams remaining here. Royal GURKHAS on the screen. We've got Krish trying to shut down Orpheus at this point, but I feel like Krish here has the advantage. But okay, he went in for the charge. Okay, not wasting any moment. He's feeling pretty confident to try and shut down Orpheus, and yeah, it's pretty quick on the trigger and was able to get the job done. And now we're looking at 8 teams remaining. HAINA right now going for a charge once again, this time up against T2K.
Oh, it is T2K going forward, but no! HAINA ESPORTS, it is for you guys, getting T2K out of the game. But at the same time, DRS is also out. That's 2 teams back to back going outside. HAINA ESPORTS, whoa. Run, GURKHAS, Krish, whoa. What kind of a horse is that that's running on the water? Come on. The player almost had it in the bag. But no, from this point onward, we are down to the top 5 teams. AST, Tribe AEROMACY, Team Royal Dragons, HAINA ESPORTS, KOM, and JUTTI squad. And majority of them, 4 of them, in fact, has a full squad. AST, in fact, RD, KOM, and JUTTI. HAINA is the only team that I can see with a 3-man party so far.
Oh man, again, almost all of the big names are already out here, Torix. So this might be the chance for Tribe AEROMACY to do good, for the 3rd round, day 1 here at the PMNC Grand Finals. I mean, they still have a complete squad, so they do have that number of advantage. It's the same thing for Royal Dragons, who have been performing quite consistently. HAINA, KOM, JUTTI, if I'm not mistaken, KOM, they're performance for today is kind of explosive. They're having a grand time here in Sandhawk. They've managed to put up a substantial amount of kill points, to be honest. So let's see if they can maybe put the cherry on top here for Sandhawk and get that chicken dinner. So far, HAINA trying to flush out Tribe AEROMACY from that compound. There's a little bit pressure onto their side because of the fact that they will be coming from the outskirts because they're already tanking the blue here. So Zio putting up a fight up against Slayer, but it was almost not enough to shut anyone down.
Oh my god, it's not enough. It's not enough. Come on, Royal Dragon. They are going to get taken down as well by the hand of JUTTI squad as well. That's back and forth eliminations and knockouts coming on. But Suba getting that revive, but the backstab, the back shots are coming on. Axie gets the final shot on the guy, gets the knockout eliminated. 3 eliminations so far for the JUTTI squad, but someone needs to go and revive to Mag, but Himson in the meanwhile, he's also going to get knocked out. It's going to be a confirmation for the team of HAINA ESPORTS. At this particular point, Tribe AEROMACY, they're going to have a decent number of eliminations, a total of 5 so far, with 4 men still standing. Royal Dragon has lost one of their players on the front lines. The JUTTI squad was also spotted. Oh my god, Zrox! He's gonna get some shots. He's gonna get half HP, but he's gonna retaliate with just 10% HP onto the enemy side. Trixo with the spray. He's gonna get the player down. The player on the other side, Zrox, he's gonna get knocked down by the blue zone. In fact, the blue damage. Okay, shot on the team Tribe AEROMACY as well, but team Tribe AEROMACY is getting the shots from the KOM as well, getting those knockdown, getting those eliminations. Trix is going to be the final hope for the team from this point onward, and 5 eliminations to the JUTTI squad. They have to be careful around the premises too, because there is a Royal Dragon. There's also the team KOM that can ensue the fight on you guys.
The probabilities was equal just moments ago, and Tribe AEROMACY, man, they did not have the best of luck right in there. I mean, everyone was just really gunning for them, and they got picked off one by one, so that puts them at a 10% chance of scoring that chicken dinner. But of course, again, it's a grand time for Royal Dragons, KOM, and even JUTTI. The way that they flipped the script up against Tribe AEROMACY with a strong position just like that was still a massive performance style. Tribe AEROMACY, we're looking at Trix here, final surviving member, and I don't think he's gonna last for long. And there you go, the Blue Reaper was the one who actually caught that point. So that was a point less, for the remaining teams here. 5 elimination points now being displayed by Royal Dragons, and they're pretty much on, like on point here. They're on a killing streak, I can say, but it's the same thing for KOM, to be honest. So again, this is the second Mexican standoff that we witnessed so far.
It is so far, and we do have to wait out for, I'd say, the circle to take another shift at this point, because it's only 20 seconds now, and the circle will definitely take a shift one way or another, because this is stage number 9 that's coming up. Nobody's gonna have to circle. Everyone's gonna try to get their hands into the very centralized position of the map, and that's where the connections, that's where the shots, the car ram downs are definitely gonna come in from. Keo from KOM cooking those grenades, throwing it up, but you need to be careful. You need to secure some grenades for maybe a later stage, maybe the stage number 9, as the circle's closing in, to short list the surrounding areas and make sure that you cover as much ground as possible with your throwables. But now with 2 grenades in the hand of Claw, he only can shoot twice. He can only throw those grenades twice at this point, and one miss of a grenade will instantly mean that his throwable arsenal is not going to be enough for the last stage of the game. But there we go, Royal Dragon slowly approaching the situation, whereas team JUTTI squad, they're also approaching the situation against the team KOM as well. That's the third party that can actually do the S12K. The DBS is definitely going to get one knocked out, second knockout maybe on towards the players, but no, Tamag is going to get taken down. It has Claw on the front lines. KOM gets eliminated, and the fight goes to a 2 versus 2. It's a 2 versus 2 equilibrium, but one player gets taken down. It's all up to Frag. Frag gets elimination, and it's all over, ladies and gentlemen. We have a winner chicken dinner in our amongst. Amazingly done, and that was the chicken dinner of the JUTTI squad.
Man, it was a wonderful back and forth trade-off that happened between those three remaining teams. I mean, everyone had a fair chance of scoring that winner chicken. Not up until the point where we see Jutty, of course, getting bombarded with a lot of nades and also bullets hitting them one by one. So I guess that kind of paved the way for Jutty getting eliminated. And yeah, and seeing, of course, our victorious team who actually was cooking the chicken dinner right from the start here. It's a win that is, of course, that needs to be celebrated down there in the comment section because it is none other than the Jutty squad. And I believe that this is probably their first chicken dinner in the PMNC?
Yes.
Yes.
I do believe so, that too. The only thing they did was get some decent points throughout the playoffs, but this time around we have a winner chicken dinner for this team, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there is the more players, but going into the highlights first, we are gonna see the best of moments from the whole match as LOD was moving forward. Those shots he pushed upon on the player, how he did it, it was good, but it was not enough. From the side of RC32, I was expecting those shots to like actually approach the players, get those eliminations done, but no, it was not enough. RLX also managed to like secure some decent number of positioning for themselves and some eliminations. But DRS is one of those crucial teams that not only stayed outside through the whole time, but also managed to like survive for a tad bit longer than they should have.
Exactly. Just a while ago, I really thought that Jutty was the first, or like will be the first team to get taken out from the remaining three teams just a while ago. Just because of the fact that, you know, those two teams are actually pointing their guns at them. So it was an amazing feat to see, you know, just how well Jutty's squad was able to defend themselves, to be honest. You know, it was, of course, high pressure, high level gameplay coming from this team, and of course we don't want to take the spotlight away from Zordy here. I mean, he is the most valuable player for this match, and wow, this is more than half for the team contribution, 650 damage output, and of course 4 elimination points. So this guy right here, man, okay, good looks, good skills, good play when it comes to PUBG, so he does have that full package.
Oh, he does have that full package, but I'm looking at the fact that he had 0 assists. Nobody, he didn't steal anybody's knockdowns or confirmations at one point. It's all his raw power. 56 eliminations into the match, 6,926 of a healing, 55 knockouts, 144 throwables, 1 airdrop, 14 headshots, 11 revive, and 295 meters of the longest distance eliminations. Rocks Jutty is the guy. Not only that team Jutty squad managed to like secure that winner chicken dinner, but they're also one of the teams that got the highest longest elimination of a distance, 18 total points into the match. Then we have Royal Dragons with 13, KOM with 11, AEROMACY with 9 for Royal GURKHAS, HAINA ESPORTS with 8, RLX with 5 alongside of T2K, once again not playing that good with just 3 points.
Oh yeah, okay, so at this point we're gonna let you guys decide what you want to say about T2K Esports. So far there's still a need for them to exert more effort, I can say. You know, we are already at the 3rd round. We are about to step into the 4th round, which is the second to the last game for day number 1 of the PMNC, and I know that these guys have been around for a while, right? I mean, they already know how to move in international stages. You know, they have all the experiences, they have all the skills, but something is not really working right for the side of T2K. Now, I don't know what it is. I don't know just yet, but they did have the chance, of course, to go through the broadcast during the playoffs and maybe, you know, discuss each of the team's rotations here and just how aggressive the teams can be. You know, those predictions, those anticipations when you guys are trying to plan out something big, you know, for the grand finals. Again, this is such a big deal considering the fact that we are talking about not just the money, but we are talking about 2 slots in the PMSL. Now, coming off of the bottom, we've got RC32 and LOD NEXUS with not being able to score any point from this round. Now, we did talk about NEXUS a while ago before we start the matches, Torix, that they are the ones representing Bhutan at the moment, and this is their first PMNC, if I'm not mistaken. And I am quite happy and glad to see Bhutanese teams and the rise of their esports community. But if they would want to, of course, remain competitive, if they would really want to score big and maybe be part of the top 5 at the second day of the PMNC Grand Finals, then they will have to do more.
They definitely have to do more. You can't just play the games on the whim of getting those chicken dinners. No, you have to actually strategize on how many points you're going to secure each match. And you have to stick to the plan. You have to stick to the plan, whatever the case is. Because if you don't, the bad things are waiting out for you at that time. And we are already done with more than half of the day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Before we head into the second half of the Erangel and Miramar phases, we will be going on a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ होरा दाइ टु स्लो यहाँ छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ होरा दाइ कहाँ थिस् त कोही सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
होरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाई एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौं तपाईको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
होरा दाइले बेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेका छौं तपाईले एकचोटी पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is the PMNC South Asia Spring, the grand finals for that. And on the desk, it is me, Torix, with me, the one and only Andy, the one and only Red Queen, as you know her. But yeah, we are here, and we have witnessed so far the three matches, the three gigantic matches that has came to a conclusion. So far, DRS has done a great job. I have to give it to JUTTI squad as well. And somewhere into the premises, there is the team NEPX 2 that got the chicken dinner for themselves. These are our chicken dinner takers for the previous three matches, and now with only two more matches remaining, who will have the victory.
Yeah, JUTTI squad definitely pulled off their first WWCD in PMNC, and it was nothing short of epic. Torix, you know, the circle was insane today. Imagine a mix of all three islands with a river slicing right through the middle. You know, crossing between islands and Sandhawk is always a nerve-wracking challenge, and JUTTI made that look like a walk in the park with that clutch play. Now, while JUTTI was out there turning a tricky circle into their playground, T2K, one of Nepal's big names as well, only managed to scrape out 3 points from this round, and it's hard not to wonder what's going on with their gameplay. You know, they're usually a force, but today their rotations and team coordination just weren't really clicking, so to speak. You know, they need to figure out to shift gears you know, fast if they want to make this high stakes play count. So yeah, I mean, there you have it. You know, matches, a nail-biting decisions, you know, from Sandhawk, JUTTI squad showing us how it's done. And we do expect, you know, teams that really popped off during the playoffs to continue on doing just that. After all, PUBG is kind of a high octane gameplay to make it out alive in every situation. So I want to see that. You know, again, I came here for the action, Torix, and that's what I expect coming from all the teams here.
So far, I would say the aggression that I was expecting onto the first day, I'm not seeing that kind of aggression. I'm gonna be honest on that. I was expecting the teams to like go completely haywire onto the very first day, especially the DRS, because they had such a high momentum against all the other teams that even if they had gone to a full, complete, aggressive start into the day number one, no one would have been able to stop them. But for some reason, the momentum that DRS had taken into the final days of the playoffs, the last 2 days, it's kind of not looking like the same pace that they have into the grand finals as well. I don't know, maybe they're doing the same strategy that they did into the playoffs too. First day, they tested the waters. Second day, they started their aggression.
I guess teams are more into calculated strategy. They're being too tactical. DRS, we always see them during the playoffs to really be aggressive. I mean, right off the bat, they get those elimination points that they need, so they always end up getting a double-digit score at the at the end of the matches. But today, they're more tactical than ever, avoiding all conflicts, for the first few zones, and then really seeing them pop off towards the latter stages. So that's one thing that we have seen so far happen for DRS, right from the get-go, from game number 1 to game number 3. So I do wonder if that is going to still be the pace, for DRS. And as for T2K, again, something is not really clicking for them. They need to figure it out. They need to find out what their weakest thing is, or like the weakest link, so to speak. I don't know, but we need to see that. But as for the side of NEPX, Tribe, AEROMACY, even Mystic Twisted, they're stepping up to the gameplay, showing us what they got. They're giving it their best shot, for the PMNC Grand Finals. And again, for the first day, this is more about like getting acquainted, maybe getting to know each other, like probably getting into a first date here, and you're trying to ask the other person how they are. Okay, how do you want to go about this one? And so far, that's what we're seeing. Yes, there is some sort of fluctuation when it comes to aggression in the gameplay, but you're right. This is like, if we are going to compare the gameplay that we've seen so far during the playoffs, it's completely different. This is more on the passive side.
This definitely is on the passive side, and not just for the DRS or the team NEPX. I'm talking about all the teams here. They are kind of struggling so far, and we actually don't know what's gonna happen, because at this point they need to like cement themselves onto something. They need to make sure that they are doing something great. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our second last match of the day. Remember this is the second last match of the day. This will determine how the teams are going to play into the proximity from the day number 2 onward, and the day number 3 as well, because today will mark the ascension for some of the few teams. Tomorrow will mark some of the descension for some of the teams. I have to say it out. And the third day is where everything is going to be shown to you guys on who's the champions for the PMNC. This is just the start. This is just the start. There's still enough opportunities, I'd say, for the teams to like cement themselves back into the action.
And just to get you guys involved in the discussion, okay, I do wonder, okay, what JUTTI actually stands for. So I kind of Googled it, and this is what Google gave me. So JUTTI is a type of shoe, a slip-on shoe, often embellished with an embroidery or other decorative elements. So is there a truth to it? So let me know down there in the comment section. But here we go, second to the last match for day 1 of the grand finals, and we are gonna have it in the OG map of Erangel for match number 4 here. I do wonder if we are going to see a little bit of mix in terms of their strategy and tactical gameplay, but yeah, this is a different flight path that we've seen earlier. A while ago during the first Erangel, it was a little bit onto the bottom side here of the Erangel. Now it is right in the middle, and it's headed north side of the map. So perhaps, it's going to be the same areas that are going to be populated here. There's Pachinki, there's School, Razak, Yasnaya, and of course, the infamous military base, which is always being taken over by HAINA. But you know what? Royal Dragon is probably dropping in the same spot here.
I mean, yeah, they are, and the fight can actually ensue at any time. This is the beauty of the Erangel. I would say. Same as the Sandhawk 2. You never know when any team is actually going to aggress on you and can take the fight against you. So these are the only two maps that can like actually showcase this kind of a fight. But oh my god, HAINA, RD, they're kind of close too. The fight can actually happen into that particular angle as well. So we do have to see what's gonna happen. So far, HAINA Esports, we're looking at them going back to the military base island after getting all those cars and transportations for themselves. But Severny is a region where we're finally gonna see some action right off the very bat.
Yeah, and T2K is gonna start their round here in Erangel with another fight. So let's see if they're gonna survive. They're going up against RLX. So far, the teams are, of course, in a hurry to weaponize themselves, of course, so that they could defend themselves if in case just another player here goes in for the push. So far, T2K already getting into a position here, but it's the same pace, for the side of RLX Esports. But in terms of strategy, it's a 2-2 split, though, coming from the side of RLX. So we do know what they're going to do next. They're going in for a pinch here. But, of course, if one already decides to push up against T2K, everyone just needs to commit.
Oh yeah, most certainly. Everyone needs to commit at this point if the T2K decides to push. And this is the time that we talk about. It's a game. It's a game thing. It's a full team-based game. You can't just solo-handedly go there, take those fights. No, you have to take the fight with the full team. And without that full team, there's no point in going forward for those fights. But aside from that, coming back into the RLX so far, it's a four-man party. They're kind of scattered away, and this is what I mean by it's a game strategy. It's a game strategy. If you're not together, you're not gonna survive for that much longer into the early ranges fight.
Exactly. Okay. So, information gameplay coming from RLX and T2K, we can now see that, okay, never mind, I said anything. It was Destro. I think, I was about to say that T2K is being calculated at this point. They're not being reckless. They're not making any rush decision, but unfortunately, I spoke too soon because Ajaya has been taken down rather from that window. So, impressive gameplay. Nonetheless, coming from RLX Esports, I mean, this could pave the way for them to actually have that stronger upper hand advantage up against T2K. Now, Tudo Love is already on his way, of course, to resuscitate his teammate here, and we're not seeing any push happen from the side of RLX, so perhaps they are still waiting for the right time. They would want to make sure that they are already beaten down. They don't have any more vests to protect themselves with or any more helmets. So RLX obviously on the screen is trying to flush them out still. They know that they went for that player that got knocked down from across the road. And as you can see, Thabs is just applying a lot more pressure because he could actually hit two birds with one stone here.
He could have, but oh my god, that was so close, yet so far whatsoever. But here we go, another grenade. You can do it, you're gonna get that knock once again. Jaya is down, back on his knees, and right with this, going back into the scenario, now it's time. I would say it's time for the team, RLX, to actually push on. This is your opportunity, but looking at the team RLX, they're so scattered. One player's at the shooting range for some reason.
Okay, RLX, man. It's a series of good decisions so far from the side of RLX Esports. Everything is working out for them. T2K, there's a need for them to get their play right, to be honest. Okay, Ajaya is pretty low in HP. Okay, he just came in from a good pickup there from Tudo Love, and now they're kind of backing away to get to the corner there. Okay, this could be the turning point for the side of T2K, or perhaps they're going for a reposition, or maybe totally abandoning this fight up against RLX Esports. But okay, they stopped. They are now going for a push here. Thabs hid himself right behind that school bus, that broken down school bus over there. But I don't know what's going to happen because T2K is in full force right as we speak.
That's the thing. This is the kind of full force fight that you guys need for yourself. But no, we're not seeing that happen from the RLX. It's actually the T2K that's pulling this off for themselves. It will help them. It will definitely help them whatsoever. But here we go. Thabs VSS 1897 into the hand. Things might not look good for this guy at this point, but oh my god, look at the other guy. Dilla is behind those mountain tops and just waiting from the long range quarters. If your player gets knocked down into the close range quarters, you're not going to be able to get that survival done. You're not going to be able to give out the cover towards the players. And RLX, I have to say, they need to get out of this position as soon as possible if they want to like live for a little bit more time.
But this could be the aggressive play that we are waiting for from T2K, right? They're finally going for a push here. They're feeling all confident, which is, of course, what we expect coming from a team that is T2K. They're trained to kill. So far, Thabs wasn't making any movements there. He was quiet, not making his presence felt, which is, of course, the best thing to do in that situation. Obviously, if it's going to be difficult for the rest of the team to back you up, then might as well stay low for now. You could live to fight another day. And for T2K, obviously, they abandoned the situation. They're not coming in for a fight here, but they could come across Dila, which they completely ignored and discarded. So, oh man, OG got knocked down. Dila had the element of surprise here. Now Igneous, as well as True to Love, went in for a charge, and now they're about to score a pointer up against RLX Esports. And with that UMP shot, they sealed the deal. Dila out of the game.
Out of the game it is, Adila. No, the start was good. The initiative was good, but the momentum, you couldn't get the momentum that you needed for yourself, and that was the demise. That was the demise for the team. And now, from this point onward, it's just a single player elimination. We are in 8 minutes of the game, almost 9 minutes of the game, Andy, and so far, only a single player. This is the first blood that has been drawn. We are going from super aggressive into the first few matches to super passive into the very next phase of the same games.
I mean, nobody wants to make a mistake here. And speaking of mistake, man, NEPX just hit the big one. They're going up against Royal GURKHAS at the moment. Both strong performing teams for this day, I can say. One of the players from NEPX still currently down on the ground. Domain comes in for the rescue. Yeah, I think he was able to bag at least 2 here. Precious is getting picked up as we speak. Rexon goes in for the massive spray, and that was it. That was it for Royal GURKHAS. But I feel like it was also an unsolicited help coming from Tribe AEROMACY, if I saw that name popped out right.
Oh my god. Yeah, so far it is not looking good that much. But yeah, NEPX 4 elimination. RG, GURKHAS. You had 10 points into the past 3 matches in total. And once again, with early elimination, this is definitely going to like not be a good opportunity for you. Not a great start for you guys. But moving back into like the zone and everything, talking about that, the zone has actually gone towards the western side region, the northwestern side region, where we can see the Rozok, the corner, the western corner, actually inside the Watertown should be in the circle as well, but another circle shift is closing on. 50 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna have our stage number 3. Whereas talking about the team NEPX, they have a player, they have an enemy, they have their opponent on top of the mountain, whereas they also have some of the same team's player into the front lines on the roadside squad house. So it's maybe a 2 versus 2 split drop that this team has occurred for themselves, and it's definitely going to help them maybe later on into the stage.
It wasn't a great performance from the side of NEPX, just, from the previous match, so we do understand why they are a little bit aggressive here for this round. I mean, they're obviously taking up another level here. DRS GURKHAS, okay, it's quiet for now for the real soldiers. And I'm telling you, that's the kind of formula that works out for them. But they do have the opportunity, of course, to potentially slaughter the likes of HAINA Esports, just because HAINA will be coming from the outskirts here, pretty close with Royal Dragons as well. So there's a lot of opening for the side of DRS. We just saw that DRS just opened fired up against HAINA Esports, so a fight is already inevitable at this point. From school area, TM7 will be coming from that spot, and from the ruins, there's LOD Nexus. No team is close to them, so I feel like they're not getting into an engagement anytime soon. But from KOM did manage to shut down a player from inside the game, so I do wonder if this could actually be the cue for them to step into this compound and just retaliate.
Oh, this is the time. This is the time for them to retaliate. I do want some retaliation from these players or from these teams, as well as we are talking about all the facts and figurines of how the teams are actually like cementing themselves all the way into a compact zone. This compact zone, in fact, it's gonna be a very deadly one if you're not careful around the premises. But we have RLX and the Shack. The players are kind of like moving away round and round into this area, and I don't think so that you should have smoked your vicinity. This is what the players do wrong. They are chilling in a compound. They know that there is nobody looking out for them, and then they just smoke. They just give out their own location to the enemy side. But now NEPX Precious and Rex is knocked out as Precious is trying to locate the player into the long range quarter, take him down. But instantly Nexus Beast is gonna take a Precious out of the vicinity as well. Now both players, and NEPX Rex, Precious, they're getting that revive. In the meanwhile, you can see that the rush is finally gonna occur. Team LOD will definitely close in and towards the player. Nexus Godson is super close to the vicinity. They can throw the grenades, they can throw the molotovs. The S12K is in the vicinity as well, getting those knockdowns. Oh my god, the kiddo get eliminated. Space grenades gets wimpy. That's another grenade going on, but in an instant outside, the grenade come from NEPX side, and it's all over for the team LOD. 8 elimination for NEPX. They definitely do this back and forth. They get like less points in one match, they cover it up into the very next, get the chicken dinner. Third match, we saw them get early eliminated once again, and now with 8 elimination, they're back on the hashtag #1 of the chart.
It was a great defense, obviously, and what's even more exciting was the fact that NEPX gets to keep all of their members intact. So, I mean, bagging 8 elimination points with a complete squad still, oh man, that is just great. Makes you very excited to look forward to the next zones for this round. Tribe AEROMACY, no score just yet. Potentially, they could go up against a team here. Okay, not just a team, maybe a couple of teams that are pretty close to them. We can see that Venom has taken over a great vantage point so far, so let's see if they can actually utilize this vantage point right. I mean, there is again a couple of players, a couple of teams there, but SHREEPECH, okay, one of them got knocked down in a moving vehicle, so that is just wild. Let's see if the fights here is gonna get crazier than ever now that we just stepped in, or we're about to step out from stage 4.
The stage 4 is going to start closing in 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's 10, but in the meanwhile, Team Tribe AEROMACY, they are going for the fights. They are going for that aggressive stance. As 1 elimination so far, and Axie from the JUTTI squad is also getting the SHREEPECH out. Oh my god, so SHREEPECH is not just fighting with one team, but 2 different teams at this particular location. HAINA Esports getting all the damage onto Team NEPX so far. TM7 versus RLX, it's actually happening as well, and oh my god, Tribe AEROMACY is also into the close vicinity, and that's a third party that the team has actually done so far. So whatever they're doing from whatever they're doing. They need to be very careful on what's going to happen. There we go. Claire HAINA gets knocked down. JUTTI squad players gets also a knockdown onto their self. And this is what we were talking about. The moment we're going to step into the stage number 4, stage number 5, the aggression is definitely going to come. HAINA Esports, that's a back and forth, 2 knockdowns. Now it's all up to Himsens and Pika to survive and make the fight up for their team. And they're actually going for the fight. This is what I love about the team HAINA. They don't back off from the fight unless it's only a single player alive.
I know. Oh man. Whoo! Essential backstab coming from HAINA. Oh man, and that puts a rest onto NEPX's momentum and of course aggression from this round. But hey, it's a solid 9 elimination points coming from NEPX, so they're still a-okay. But anyway, JUTTI squad, okay, previous winner chicken dinners here, just eliminated Tribe AEROMACY. Ooh man, Tribe AEROMACY seems to be also having a bit of a struggle in terms of like getting the pace right, getting the rhythm right as well.
It is definitely they're getting the right rhythm for themselves so far, but RC32, another team on the very bottom line of the overall chart. We can see them with the 10 points. They are at the crash site 30 seconds before the stage actually closes once again, and the teams will be put into a disastrous position. So far it is 20 seconds, and MTD Twisted so far they're looking at the long range quarter against the T2K. T2K is still alive, that's what I can see, and it's a good job. T2K alive. Being alive means definitely that there's gonna be a lot of maybe decent number of points once again for the T2K as well, because so far they have only managed to secure 8 total points, including this match's 2 eliminations that they have. But on the other side, I can see JUTTI squad getting some eliminations for themselves, or was that a player of JUTTI squad getting eliminated?
Perhaps that could be the case. Mystic Royal Dragons close to each other over to the eastern side of the circle there. But I feel like, yeah, they're definitely going in for a fight here. Although, I feel like there is a slight advantage onto the side of Royal Dragons just because, well, they do have that high ground to work with. But anyway, JUTTI squad again on a momentum over here, going up against 4 Death Machines, and they are getting them one by one, which is absolutely amazing to watch. And here comes the spray from Axie up against Falcons, and Falcons pretty low in HP, but oh my goodness, Woke got shut down by Killmonger. So again, this is an interesting back and forth situation between these two teams, but 7 points in total for JUTTI squad. Man, they could be unstoppable, but of course, hey, 4 Death Machine says no, man, you have to get out of the game, and out of the game they went.
We are in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. Top 9, in fact, not 10. We are officially down to the single digits from this point onward. And as we can see, MTD, they're having 2 eliminations so far for themselves. They're somewhat inside that circle. 4 Death Machines has 1 player knocked down, 6 elimination. They're the one with the highest number of eliminations into the match so far. As JUTTI squad gets eliminated, they had the 7, and NEPX had the 9. Okay, NEPX got eliminated. I was not expecting that to happen this like early on into this match, so meaning they not only did not get any positioning point, but the 9 points that they have, it might be, if the DRS manages to secure the chicken dinner, it's an instant position swap from NEPX to DRS into this match. 35 points for the DRS. Example, looking at the players for the 4 Death Machines, the Mini 14 taps are going. The player did not get the knockout, but look at the chunk. Look at the chunk that's been depleted upon on the players outside of the blue zone. That's a damage. That's a damage. You have to be careful of what you're doing, of your surrounding, and how you're staying outside of the play zone area. Example, getting inside not only the play zone area, but also into the safe circle. And now, from this point onward, the 3-man from the DRS, the 4-man into the vicinity, they're gonna get more eliminations. That's the second elimination DRS is gonna have on the team RLX.
Hey, DRS is slow dancing in a burning room here. I mean, everyone is already, doing their best to survive since we're talking about the final 8 teams here for stage 5. But let's see if Mystic Twisted here can get a win up against Royal Dragons. I guess, I've already said this just moments ago that Royal Dragons, they have a slight advantage up against the Mystic just because they have the high ground. But then, of course, we just know that they can also pull off like a great maneuver up against Royal Dragons. I mean, we're talking about Mystic Twisted over here. I mean, they are the top performing teams coming from the Bhutanese community. So let's see what they got. I would want to see how Mystic, of course, turn the tides onto their side and eliminate the remaining boys of Royal Dragons. And as for Royal Dragons, they do now have a total of 3 points onto their name.
They do. They have the 3 points for the name so far, but yeah, it is kind of like a clusterized situation now. Looking at this complete factor and figurines on how the teams are actually surviving. Look at DRS, look at KOM, look at RC32. All these names are 4-man party. Then we have a trios of 4 Death Machines, Royal Dragons, and that's T2K. That's 3 more with the trio. And last but not the least, it is a HAINA eSports with just a solo player into the match. Meaning that all this conclusion, all these fights that are happening, it's happening kind of like in a very contested area, whereas even if a single player is going to start to get knocked down, it's going to be a chain reaction, and that's exactly what happened to the RC32, where they lost 2 of their players, and now from this point onward, RC32 is down to the very last guy.
It's hard when a team manages to actually even put down a player from your team. That could be, like just what you mentioned, kind of a ripple effect, right? A chain reaction so far. And Mystic Twisted, it's amazing that they're still, right here, still complete, putting up a great offense so far. They're not really being aggressive. It's kind of like a sure thing for the side of Mystic Twisted. They're not going to move forward, not unless if they see that they have a chance to survive, from this angle, which is, of course, a great consideration to do. But then again, PUBG always prioritizes risk over here. So, of course, if you want to move in and get those points done, then you will have to put in a little risk into your gameplay. And now Mystic Twisted Caesar is getting picked up by his teammate. 4 Death Machines now already has a total of 8 elimination points, pick out of the game from a trade-off that just happened. And T2K, man, oh man, this is so heartbreaking to see again, Torix. I mean, one of them is currently knocked down on the ground, and this is, the kind of the cue that 4 Death Machines have been waiting for, and I feel like they're really going for a push here. And aside from that, T2K is in a split just because Mystic is also going up head-to-head up against T2K.
They are definitely going head-to-head against T2K, but Ajaya with that single grenade, he's going to take down Killmonger. T2K OG is going to get taken down. Caesar is going to confirm that elimination. Okay, there we go. T2K, where they managed to secure a knockdown on towards the player, they're going to get knocked down the eliminations on their side. That's two back-to-back knock-and finishes. Falcon doing an amazing job. That's 8 total eliminations for the 4 Death Machines. Highest one in the whole lobby so far, aside from the team NEPX's 9 elimination. But example, now moving forward, going inside that circle on the right side, if he looks, he will see another team. T2K, they get eliminated. That's another elimination RD is gonna have for themselves. From 2 to 3, they go on the elimination side. Then DRS, only 2 eliminations so far. They are playing the very slow game. They're playing the end game at this point. They're actually playing the end game. They want to make sure that they're surviving at least till the top 3, and that's where they're gonna decide to take the fight from that point onward.
Timing also makes a lot of difference into the gameplay, and DRS just really waiting it out. They're letting other teams just really battle it out first before they get into it, get into that engagement. 6 teams remaining here. Mystic Twisted, White 10, if I'm not mistaken. White 10 is currently down on the ground. Here we can see that XMPL is just doing a little bit of that rapid fire up against KOM, and now he pulls out his M416, goes in for the charge, but did not connect at all. It's Hang from KOM that manages to get those loot from that airdrop. And as for Mystic Twisted, man, everything is already getting twisted here because Royal Dragons right now being aggressive in scoring those points. And now we're looking at the last remaining player, which is Uncle, goes in for that first aid kit, but Royal Dragons already picked up that information that he is injured right behind his broken down vehicle. So I feel like Royal Dragons will not be stopped at this point and will definitely go in for that last remaining player of Mystic.
Oh my god. 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and Mystic. Unkill. That single grenade is gonna be the demise for this guy. Royal Dragon is on its way. 5 eliminations so far to their name, and we're down to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. We are actually down to the last top 4 teams into the second last match of the day. DRS 4-man, 4 Death Machines a duo, RD a trio, then KOM with the 4-man as well. The only team that can actually stand up to the DRS is actually the KOM in terms of the manpower. Aside from that, even if DRS gets a knockdown onto their side, they have enough arsenal to like take down the rest of the teams like RD or the 4 Death Machines from this point onward. But yes, Aditya waiting for the opportunity. He's not moving that much into the further side, but you have to remember, you're not in the circle, man. You're not in the circle, sir. You have to get inside. You have to take the leap of faith, take those steps. Even though you have the 10 eliminations for your team, you have to take your steps inside the circle where everyone from that point onward is going to be able to look at you. He goes to the prone side. Master Zerti is just circling his car around the proximity to try and find out anyone, and maybe, just maybe, put up all the speed that he has, all the acceleration that he has in the car on that single guy, get him knocked down, maybe flushed out as well.
Okay, so if you guys can be pretty observant, DRS right now is not being too aggressive and they're not being too passive as well. Just like what I said, you know, they're just waiting for that right opportunity to kind of just get into the fights here. They're waiting for that right timing, I can say. For Death Machines, we can see that they're trying to sneak an attack up against DRS as well. We got Killmonger repositioning himself. He knows exactly where Royal Dragons will be coming from. Same thing goes for Aditya. Royal Dragons, Master Zerti, as you can see, trying to get close to 4 Death Machines just so they could get the information they need as to where they have to throw the nades. Master Zerti throwing up against Killmonger. Killmonger was able to evade the attack coming from Royal Dragons, but not the same though for Pico P of KOM. That was an on-point nade coming from Gyante.
Oh, that is an on-par grenade. DRS coming back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see what they're capable of right here so far. Aditya just chilling in the bushes. Now it's the stage number 9. We have 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen, into the stage, and number 9 with more than one players into the vicinity. DRS, Kill YT getting Killmonger down. Aditya's in the front lines as well. On the other side, we can see the team RD also receiving a lot of damage, getting those knockdowns onto their self. Claw, you have to go to revive the players. 4 Death Machines down to the solo player it is. But Killer YT, in the meanwhile, is going to get taken down. It will be one player. Example, that's going to receive the full confirmation on him side. But now with three matches, 3 teams in fact remaining into the game, we have to see how it's going to affect all these players, all these teams. And we have another one eliminated. Royal Dragons have been eliminated by the hand of DRS, leaving everything to these two for the final hustle that's gonna happen. DRS is gonna take another one out. So it's a back and forth going on. Players getting those eliminations, getting those casualties. 1 versus 1 it is, ladies and gentlemen. Kill from KOM. DRS Delta alone, that HP. 1 shot. It's all it's gonna take, and it's all over. KOM chicken dinner for themselves into the match number 4.
Man, that was nerve-wracking finish, rather, coming from KOM and DRS. Absolutely great. Beautifully done by KOM. Oh, man. Okay. DBS remains to be a lethal weapon to have when it comes to CQC fights, It's almost a sure win, right? I mean, if you fire
Yeah.
that DBS, it can almost like really cripple the player right up in front of you. And for TRS, I feel like they just really ran out of options here. Again, they weren't really in a hurry to score that chicken dinner. They were very patient, and I just feel like there was just a moment of weakness there coming from the side of DRS that kind of paved the way for other teams to score some point, from their team. A while ago, it was Aditya, if I'm not mistaken. It was Aditya who had kind of a good angle, potentially shutting down DRS, but it was because of Gionte's I guess, awareness, game sense, and everything else in between. He was able to shut down Aditya, but then again, we're talking about, a lot of players still surrounding DRS. And so, it was a great match, all in all, to see DRS and KOM actually fighting it out together during the end game, and KOM winning the chicken dinner is absolutely top-notch from the team. And if I'm not mistaken, this is also kind of their first chicken dinner in PMNC. Is it not?
This is. Yes.
Oh.
This is the situation too. As we are talking about all these things, Killer of Mountains, also, this was the first chicken dinner that they're gonna secure. Not in the playoffs, not into the all those days, the matches, the 4 days of action. No, in the grand finals, they're gonna mark the victory for themselves for the first time with the chicken dinner. Match number 4 it is, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're just down to the very last game of the day that will be once again into the Miramar. But here we go. We are seeing all those highlight moments. The grenade that actually eliminated the on-kill, the last guy that was standing. DRS getting those 4 death machines. And last but not the least, the 3-way deadlock where RD first got eliminated by DRS and then DRS got eliminated by the KOM.
I feel like DRS got most of their damage coming from 4 death machines, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was kind of also paved the way, for them to get the chicken dinner. I mean, for the side of KOM. But it's still, at the end of that match, of course, we need to give credit where credit is due. I mean, that was still a pretty good performance coming from KOM. It was an adrenaline pumping action right from the end game. Killmonger, ladies and gents, from 4 Death Machine, scoring the MVP title of the match, scoring a total of 4 elimination points and a staggering 73% body shot for that matter.
Oh my god. But we have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. 61 elimination, 75-44 healing, the total that happened into this match. Then we have 66 knockouts, 14 headshots, 3 airdrops, 288 throwable to use. That's a very huge number. Then we have the revives of 21, 361 meters of DRS Delta. That's the longest elimination distance that we have recorded in this match. And that concludes the summary, meaning that KOM, DRS, the RD, all the points are about to be revealed. 17 points for the KOM. They have the highest. Then we have 4 death machines with 15. DRS has 12, even though they were on the second spot. 4 death machines. They were actually the death machines for so many teams, getting all those eliminations for themselves, 11 in total.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just look at that. I mean, DRS Gaming, okay, even if they did not score that chicken dinner, it's still a massive 12 points. For this round. If I'm not mistaken, if I get my math right, I feel like they are at the top spot just because they were the first team to actually score that chicken dinner, and of course a staggering amount of elimination points as well. And as for T2K, okay, I can say that this was an okay performance, for Train to Kill. Not their best just yet, but it's a it's a great improvement. If we're coming from game number one of today's set of matches, so I do hope they can continue on with this consistency. RLX, SHREEPECH, LOD Nexus, Royal, GURKHAS are the bottom 4 teams that we have so far from this round, not scoring any point. Tribe AEROMACY also kind of exited the game with only 1 point. Same thing goes for RC3 to esports. So for Tribe AEROMACY, okay, they started off really strong, and now they're kind of fading once again. So when it comes to their energy, I feel like it's always fluctuating. But again, we do have that little space, that small space for any mistakes, any errors in the game. But oh man, it's a make or break situation. And starting off day number 1 of the PMNC Grand Finals at a really not so good performance, it could be catastrophic, for the next 2 days to come.
Yeah, it will be catastrophic for the teams, for the players, in fact, right now, for the next 2 days. But it all depends on the final match. Maybe the teams will equalize the points, maybe at some point in today's, because it's the final match. Some teams may be able to secure some decent number of points. The bottom lines may need to rise up a little bit. I just need to every single one of them to get double-digit points, maybe 15, 16 into the line. I don't want to see the points of 2, 3 points in total for the bottom line teams. No, that's a very hard hitting factor that you can't come back from. That's a morale down, and that's a full confidence break that the teams get because of those points. So they need to gather themselves back on, get some decent number of points once again, and end their day at least in a very good side situation, a good side. But yes, for the final match and for the final conclusion of the day overall ranking to see, we do have to go to the 5th match. And before we head over to the 5th match, we will be going for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. With us, stay with us. We'll be right back.
खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो भोरा दाइ टु स्लो के छ के भइराछ यहाँ भोरा दाइ कहाँ थिस् त कोही सबजना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
भोला दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The selection lucky spin.
All right, folks, welcome back to Miramar for the final round for today. So things are already heating up. KOM just pulled off a killer WWCD against the DRS, but of course the DRS still finished strong with double-digit kill points. We also got Tribe AEROMACY's momentum is, how to say, it's a bit frizzling out, and T2K managed to grab 5 points if you guys missed all the action that just happened moments ago. So with this last round on the clock, the pressure is definitely on, which team will say that's a wrap to an incredible day. So yeah, my name is Red Queen together with Torix, and welcome back to the PMNC Grand Finals day number 1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are once again back, and I mean, come on, the teams, the way that they're playing this single Erangel match was more time consuming than the Miramar that we saw, the first Miramar that we saw. This match actually went 29 minutes, I do believe so, whereas the Miramar, it got ended early on. Remember this one thing, ladies and gentlemen, and because of this, somewhere into this particular situation, some teams will have like higher chance, higher form of knowledge on how the teams are playing into the end stages, end circles, and I have to give it to all of these teams on how they were just holding down the forts till the very end, the way that they were just holding it up. Now it's time for the Miramar, the final match of the day. So far, the 4 matches that have been played, DRS took the first one, NEPX took the second, JUTTI squad took the third, and the fourth match was for none other than the killer of mountains.
Oh yeah, you know what? Every team definitely showed that they weren't here just to play, but to, of course, redefine their game plan on the legendary battleground of Erangel from match number 4. Now, as we take this match off the board here, ladies and gents, let's take a moment to catch our breath. Remember that today's performance is just one chapter in the PMNC Grand Finals saga. The stakes are only getting higher, and of course, the next round is just around the corner, which is of course in Miramar. So let's go, buckle up, ladies and gents, as we prepare ourselves for the final showdown of day number 1 of PMNC.
Oh yeah, the final match finally commenced, ladies and gentlemen, and we are seeing our playing path so far going from one corner of the map, the south western side, all the way up to the northeastern. The teams, if they want to, they can easily approach all the particular vicinities that they want to go, that they want to like move into the area. So one thing is for sure, that the teams are ready. The teams wants to like take those fights for themselves, but how are they going to be able to do this in this particular match? This is a bigger question, because so far I don't see any fight that can actually happen, any drop location that can actually be the start of the fight.
Yeah. Since Los Leones is slightly below the flight path, so that's always one of the best areas to look forward to a grand fight to happen, since we can actually fit into 3 squads here without having an early engagement. So they do have that time to loot for resources. And yeah, I mean, quiet moments are actually the secret sauce before the storm hits, to be honest. I mean, while teams are actually busy scavenging every corner for that perfect loadout, let's take a moment to appreciate the art of looting here. Of course, the first thing that you need to consider when you're inside the plane is to gauge your jump distance and to make sure that how you can get your hands onto the guns first. right? Especially if you are about to drop into a certain location with another team, and then a fight is definitely going to happen right off of the bat here. So you need to make sure to be able to defend yourselves, and it's not always easy to pull off. So that's one of the many considerations that you guys need to face. And of course, since we are in Miramar, it's the biggest map in the competitive scene. There's a myriad of ways this thing could go down, but that's what we're here for. That's what we are waiting for to see happen in this final showdown.
I mean, this is the final showdown. It's a do or die for these players, these teams. In fact, right now at this particular situation, you know that you want to like go either for the fights, go either for those constant aggressive stances, whatever you want to do, because you have nothing to lose. The bottom line teams, I'm talking about the bottom line teams, they have nothing to lose at this point. They can go for the aggressive stances, end their day in knowing that, okay, even if we tried to aggress, it didn't work out, if they get eliminated. But if it does, the final match that you are going to play, that the teams are going to play, it can actually end very well.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna kill time here since all the teams are busy with their rotations and, of course, pillaging through towns to fill up their backpacks. Okay, so far, I guess this is a promising start, for day number one of the PMNC Grand Finals. I mean, those teams that I did expect to actually push through this competition is making it happen. NEPX, one of the questions that I have so far in mind for NEPX would be, because during the playoffs they had a stellar performance as well, right? I mean, at the beginning of the playoffs, massive gameplay. They were pretty aggressive in terms of elimination points and scoring a lot of chicken dinners. But now that we are about to finish off the first day for NEPX, can they maintain that kind of energy? Okay, speaking of energy, okay, that was, I believe, the first blood here. Royal GURKHAS losing a member
Yes.
that's courtesy of Royal Dragon Master Zerdy. I mean, he is called a master for a reason.
I just loved how he was just chilling there, going up, and in an instant, he was surprised. He was as surprised as the other player, I believe, so that, oh, wait a second, that's a free kill. Oh, wait, no, I'm the free kill. There we have it, and it's all over for the player. That was the first elimination, first blood of this whole game. But aside from that, talking about the overall points, NEPX 49, 46 for the DRS, KOM 43, they're still the top three teams. We can see them into the 40+ points marker. Royal Dragon, with that single elimination, they have just made their way into the 40 points, 39s into the previous, and this one single like a point with the elimination, they are also into the 40 marker. But JUTTI squad 33, 29 for the 4DM. These are the things that we usually do talk about, the fact that, okay, this might be a very hard-hitting factor for you guys, but because now it's not the time for the qualifications, it's not the time for the qualification that you guys are waiting for, that you're going to qualify. No, the prize pool is at stake. The number 1 and 2 position for the PMSL is at stake. So whatever you do, you need to gather as much points as you can from this point onward.
Exactly. You should be able to put yourselves up into a monumental gameplay just to make things happen. I mean, it's going to be a tight competition to begin with. It's not free for everyone, the slot in the PMSL. You just have to really fight for it. And going through, how many matches do we have for it? 12 matches for a team here is, of course, exhausting. Again, you need to put up great endurance, great stamina, not just physically, but mentally as well. I mean, it can pressure can start to creep in if you are already feeling kind of exhausted from all the games that you've played in a day. So if you let that pressure creep up, so that could be that could literally affect the overall gameplay from the team, even if we're talking about just like one player from the team. Oh man, that could be hard.
I mean, yeah, that definitely will be hard for the teams, but so far it is still the 16 teams that are alive, man. That is still those total teams that will be like trying their level best whatsoever to get those points and try to get as much points like for themselves, at least in this final match, before it's all ended, before it's all like completed up for them and they go back to the drawing board. They want to like secure as much points as they can, I do believe so, before like heading back to the drawing board, knowing what they did wrong, what they did right. GURKHAS is one of the names that is kind of playing it out safe for now, and because of the fact that they are in the hashtag number 13th position, losing one of their player, it has kind of put themselves into a very I would say upholding scenario where now they're kind of crippled, they're kind of compromised, and they need to like act together, play as their fourth on their own. It's not about the fact that you are gonna get the cover. You have to make sure that you are your own cover from this point onward.
Yeah, you gotta carry your own weight, for a team to be really effective and impactful inside the matches here. Again, roles no longer exist, to be honest. You need to be very flexible. You need to be versatile as a player. Everyone is really stepping up their gameplay. Man, I mean, we are talking about teams from all regions. They have something up in their sleeves, just to make sure that they will attain that global domination that they have been fighting for. So it's going to be, again, an exciting thing for each and every one of us. And speaking of exciting, man, NEPX is having an exchange up against EMS. If I'm not mistaken, Rex has been put down. We also got Mukesh. So it's two more players for the side of NEPX to defend themselves up against DM7, and could be hard to pull off because Eddie here is holding on to such a great vantage point, which can be catastrophic and detrimental for the side of NEPX because, well, they won't have any chance here to do a massive counter or an effective counter for that matter.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of like that scenario. Whereas so far, talking about all the facts and figurines for the teams and the players, it's not that much that we usually see this kind of like an action going on with those fights and everything. It's just that Miramar is actually showing its slowness right on our screen. Look at RG, look at like SPE, look at LOD, Mystic, JUTTI, KOM. Miramar is actually showing its full aggression right here because of the fact that majority of the teams is still outside of the circle, and maybe, just maybe, they don't have the cars for them. Yeah, NEPX loses some of their players early on by the hand of VE TM7, but still, NEPX, the momentum that they have generated so far, it's gonna be enough for them to like at least stay into the top 2, if not top 3.
Exactly. Oh man, okay. But it's amazing still though. I mean, we're already at stage 2, and even though NEPX has already lost 3 of their members, I mean, we still got complete 16 teams here. Which is, of course, can be pretty exciting if we can maintain this number, perhaps up until stage 4 in Miramar. Oh man, that could be wonderful to watch. Anyway, NEPX. Oh no, this is not great for Domain. He is being hunted by the boys of 4 Death Machines, and they're pretty hungry. They're famished even to get this kill and put that in their bellies, and there you go, just like that. Oh man, first team to be taken out, I can say. NEPX out of the last round here in Miramar. Wow.
Man, that's kind of depressing for the team that is in the very top, getting eliminated as the first one into the match. Oh my god, this actually like puts the situation at very stalemate for them. It's kind of like a very bitter situation where now they don't have to like know on the fact on whatever they're gonna do, how they're gonna do it up, and what things are needed to be done from this point onward. But here we go, VETM7, they get eliminated at this point. They're also another team, they're are also another players that are gonna get those damages, those knockouts, those eliminations on their side. But oh my god, was that a nade into that vicinity? Are there players into the close vicinity of these guys, or was that a car explosion? This is what I need to know, Andy, at this time, because I don't see anyone so far. But Natsu from the HAINA, he is on the mountaintop. Slayer HAINA is gonna throw those grenades on the AST, and that's actually gonna make a connection.
Okay, so Trap AEROMACY in a fight once again. Okay, this time it's up against HAINA. Zai cooking up a nade here, completely missed his target. It's way off. Venom, I think he needs to heal himself up, you know, before he joins into a fight here. But good shot though coming from Rig as he shuts down Himson from a distance here. Now we can see Natsu right now trying to counter, but it's so far away though, and I don't think that vantage point is working out for him just yet. And now HAINA Esports is in a little bit of a pickle here up against a Tribe. A Slayer obviously needs to heal up, but he doesn't have any first aid kits, so this could be a major factor to Slayer. I mean, he could definitely get wiped out from this competition, or at least from this day, and that was it. You know, HAINA Esports' second team to be eliminated, so that is a win celebrated by Tribe AEROMACY. But do they have vehicles, Torix? Yes.
I think they do. I think they do, because I just saw a buggy. Airdrop looted in the meanwhile by the Mafia Punk. There we go. Airdrop numbers are increasing into our, at the very least, match summary. But AST, 5 eliminations. Yeah, they got 5 eliminations, but at what cost, Andy? It costed like 3 of their players, and I don't consider that a good trade. I would consider that a bad trade. Yes, you got those 5 eliminations, but now what? Not only you're outside of the circle, you're also receiving the damage from the blue zone, but also you're completely crippled. There is no way that you can continue the fight with a full squad versus squad that you can do. The only option that you have from this point onward is the survival at this point.
Yeah, and JUTTI's squad took a player from DRS, which brings them down to just 3. Okay, now that NEPX has been taken out of the equation here, Torix, I mean, DRS obviously has the chance to dethrone them at the top spot, considering that NEPX only has a total of 50 points, and DRS now comes in at 47, so that's just a 3-point lead here. But Eggs and PL has already been sent back to the lobby here, courtesy of JUTTI's squad. So I do wonder if JUTTI already was able to build that confidence, because they definitely saw the name tag, right? I mean, from the Q feed, oh, it's DRS. But hey, we're up for a fight here. We're gonna crash that compound and force DRS to actually engage with us. That could be a win for the side of DRS, but at the deficit, at a disadvantage up against JUTTI. Let's see if they can still pull off a win. I mean, we've always known these guys to deliver a massive performance and can even pull off, you know, a classic clutch situation here, but we're gonna see later on. But from the kill zone, okay, Pico P from KOM just got picked up by the Blue Reaper here, and yeah, that is the current situation I can see so far. Royal GURKHAS Krish, he doesn't have anywhere else to go. I mean, Caesar, oh man, massive spray and an easy win.
Oh my god, oh my god, it's an easy clutch right there. 45 players, 16 minutes have passed, and KOM, the team that got like Venom the Chicken Dinner, is right now kind of in a crippling situation as 2 players gets taken down to the very last guy. They are Mystic in the meanwhile. They're also getting those eliminations, but for Death Machine so far on our screen, they're just chilling out here, getting those cars away from the proximity, away from the locations, and in the meanwhile, KOM, the team that had the chicken, it's up to the last guy, and that guy is actually so farther away from the team.
Okay, so the fight is happening here in La Cobreria. We can see that KOM. Oh man, it's a wasted opportunity, because they do have the potential, of course, of gatekeeping some of the teams here that's right up in front of them. But since they don't have that manpower to sustain that kind of high-level gameplay, so that could be also I don't know how long they're going to last in that situation, because if I saw that correctly, we're talking about their last remaining player, last active member for that situation. So I don't think it's going to happen for them. But Mystic Twisted, okay, there is a team right across them from another mountain right there. It's a back and forth trade, but we need to consider the fact that there's that great distance between these two teams. So even if they knock out each other, I feel like that there's gonna have there will have a time to pick up their teammate. As for death machines, forward death machines here up against SPE, no hard push just yet. I'm not even sure if SPE is even aware of the fact that there's a team right beside them, because they're not facing that direction. They're actually looking right across.
They are, but here we go. And a circle shift is coming on, ladies and gentlemen. The stage number 5 will come on shortly on our screen. And as we can see, the stage number 5 will go towards the northern side, the La Cobreria area. The city is in the circle. RD, LOD, they're in the circle. They're the only one on the southern side that's actually in the circle. The rest of the teams, they will need to make their momentum, get inside that circle as soon as possible that they can. On the other side, talking about the 4 death machines. 4 death machine so far has 30 points and 1 elimination into this match, meaning 31 points, and trying to survive, trying to stay alive for the longest time that they are. They are close to the proximity of another team, in which case scenario they can actually get into the fight. They just need a push. They just need to push, or the other team also needs to push. Either one of the teams can go take those fights, take those shots against them, get those connectivities done. It's all going to be over from that point onward. So whatever they're doing, it is the top 12 teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's interesting to see that most of the teams that we saw from the minimap has their own compound to work with. So it's going to be a battle of nades once again, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the question would be if they packed enough nades, for this for this round. But Mystic, okay, they managed to put down a player from SPE, and they continue to do that. I mean, for more points. From this round. Okay, Uncle is getting a little impatient here, throwing in some nades and mollies, but coming off the kill feed, it's actually 3-2 versus RLX and JUTTI squad as well, going up against DRS. So, man, all fights happening simultaneously. I mean, if you look at the minimap right here, we got at least 4 teams having that exchange. So, yeah, the kill feed is definitely lighting up.
The kill feed is definitely lining up, but look at that, it's not stopping from this point onward. It's back-to-back, those eliminations that are coming. Look at the mini-map, how well every single team is trying to shoot at one direction, 2 directions, all the directions they're getting shot at. DRS gets taken down. That's one player of the DRS gets taken down, in fact. But T2K, OG, the grenade, it will connect or not? This is the question. The answer is no. Once again, he's going to cook the grenade against the team at JUTTI squad. The grenade will go, the grenade will rise, but the connectivity, the connections, it's not coming. Come on, you need to move forward. Delta gets eliminated. The knockdown player has been spotted. He will get the confirmation. OG with the 1897 and Scar L in the hand. He is trying his level best. On the other side, 4 death machines. The Peak is going to get a knockdown on the Mystic MTD Twisted, but not the elimination. This is the thing. You can get the knockout, but judging from the fact that how many teams are alive, just how many teams are remaining into the game, with the sheer amount of numbers of the players into the game as well, your elimination, your knockdown is bound to be getting stolen at this point.
Good pacing coming from T2, K2 to love after all of those nades that he threw, went in for a massive spray up against JUTTI. Now he is going in for his second one. Fortunately, was able to inflict damage, but not shutting down his opponent completely. But he goes in for the second round of bullets, and actually continues to be alive in the situation, but not anymore, ladies and gents. And this could be the end of the line for JUTTI right there. Oh, wait, DRS? Okay, DRS just got eliminated. DRS have been eliminated.
Oh my god, that's 2 teams back-to-back. RT32, DRS. But DRS is the first one to get eliminated out of the scenario. Going into the next one now, we're actually down to the top 8, in fact, teams at this point. And these top 8, they will definitely try to get as much survival done as possible, because look at those eliminations on at least till the top 11. Number 4, RD, 4 eliminations, 4 death machines, 1 elimination. Okay, but 4-man standing. AST, 5 eliminations, solo player standing. Mystic, 2 eliminations, 4-man standing. RLX, 4 eliminations, 3-man standing. And T2K, and to the very end with 5 eliminations and 4-man standing. The bottom line, the teams SPE and LOD, they are not getting a single eliminations, at least in this match.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting showdown just because everyone's fighting for the fact that, there is that peak of that mountain right there, and everyone would want to, of course, get into that position. Now, LOD Nexus, whew, man, okay, one of them is currently knocked down on the ground. Royal Dragon is, of course, feeling all confident to push to this scenario to happen because they do have that leverage. T2K Esports, man, okay, they are now picking up the pace. And I don't want to jinx anything, okay, I don't want to say anything, but T2K Esports is doing well. OG now bags 3 points. Royal Dragon, Master Zerdy currently knocked down on the ground here. Frag completely taken out of the game here. Toodle Love with an on-point spray taking back Master Zerdy into the lobby here. T2K continues to apply a lot of pressure to the side of Royal Dragons, and now Claw, Suba all together trying to defend Royal Dragons, still trying to make it happen for the team, but it could be hard since they're also dealing with LOD Nexus.
Oh yeah, they are definitely dealing with all the teams into the premises. It's not going to be like that easy for them at this point to like get those eliminations, but they're definitely doing that. T2K OG is going to get 1 knockdown on the team Royal Dragons, and now with a single grenade, it could have been the elimination. Oh my god, but T2K, Turu Love, are you serious? In this moment, this guy is going to get those airdrops looted, and that's what he did. LOD in the meanwhile comes in, takes down RD Suba on their side. Mystic Y10 alongside of Caesar gets an elimination knockdown with a single grenade from the side of 4 death machines. 3 players of the team MTD twisted this down to the very last guy that is into the very back side. Wow. And that guy, he has the potential to get inside that circle, but the players, the sheer amount of number of players that are alive in this particular vicinity, I don't think so that they're going to let him come out of this position unscathed. Falcon's going to get a lot of damage, but he's still surviving. He is still alive. He is still into the game, and as OnKill is trying to get in the circle, he is running in. He is getting constant shots through that smoke, and he's just waiting. He's just waiting for the players. But oh my god, come on. This is the time. Go into the circle. 25 seconds are remaining. The players are so like immersed into themselves to take the fights into the close range that nobody's going to be looking at you into the long range quarters.
All right, here we go. Our Alexa already in the middle here, and T2K LOD Nexus going head to head. It's a good thing though that we can see a great performance coming from T2K. I mean, they did manage to put up 8 elimination points, so that is promising for the fans. And now we can see that Turu Love is, of course, trying to find an angle here that could work for T2K. He's been getting some damage as well coming from Nexus, but they are not stopping, but not up until that thing happened. Turu Love caught a nade to the face. Same thing goes for OG here, which puts them in a world of danger. Igneous, Ajaya, it's all up to you guys, because Nexus already on the charger. They're not going to let go of this situation now that they have the advantage up against T2K. Ajaya now down on the ground. Igneous, last person remaining for the team. He is trying so hard to survive, but Nexus Beast, the predator of Nexus, just sealed the deal, and that is a hard, solid win for LOD Nexus.
Oh my god, but oh no! Shreepech also getting those eliminations. It's a back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to the top 4 from this point onward. 1 player for AST, 2, 3 in fact for the 4 Death Machines, and 3 for the LOD as well, alongside of 3 from the team RLX. So far, the situation is kind of looking into the fact that we are down kind of into the favor of the 4 Death Machines or either the team RLX. But oh my god, me and my big mouth. Another player gets taken down, another player gets a knockdown, and 4 Death Machine is kind of crippled with just 2 players remaining.
Oh man, here we go. Zio. Okay, Zio is left to defend a AEROMACY. He is, of course, repping up for the team here. He now has taken over a small building here pretty close with 4 Death Machines. I do hope his presence will not be felt by any of the remaining teams here, because the moment that they do, it could be the end of the line for Zio as well. 4 Death Machines, they do have that number advantage. LOD NEXUS coming off from a strong performance right there, from that win in a clash that happened just like moments ago. RLX continues to be a strong contender for this round. 2 seconds before we move into stage 9 here, ladies and gents. Omega getting damage as well, coming from 4 Death Machines. The good thing that he did not overextend his peak right there, Torix. If he did, oh man, he could be looking down on the floor as we speak. So LOD NEXUS, okay, it's working out for them, I guess. They could get the chicken dinner in the bag in this situation just because of their overall position.
Oh my god, that they can. But 4 Death Machines LOD, the players with 4, 3, and 3 players remaining. Wait a second. 4 Death Machines, they managed to survive and revive their players once again, but the circle, it's closing on. Once again, AEROMACY, Zio, that grenade is definitely not going to hit anyone. The player rushes on you, and Zio with the final nail in the coffin. It's all over for the AEROMACY as 4 Death Machines secures another elimination, making a total of 7 eliminations for the team. Now we're up into 28 minutes marker, 29 minutes marker of the game. 5 seconds, the zone's going to start, and nobody has a circle. Because this is the stage 9, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's gonna have the circle. The circle is not gonna have the full map. And now it's up to you to finish, finalize this fight, finalize this game, finalize this final match, and make the winner of the final match shown from this point onward. LOD NEXUS, 3-man, 4-man for the 4 Death Machines, and 3 for the team RLX as well.
Could this be the round for the GURKHAS? All right, here we go. LOD NEXUS again holding on to this high ground advantage up against the remaining teams here. They do have a total of 30% chance of scoring the last chicken dinner for day 1 of the PMNC Grand Finals. NEXUS, we've got Keto with a massive spray up against 4 Death Machines here, preventing them to actually get out from that building. So lots of pressure being applied onto the side of 4 Death Machines. Godson is still making it happen, but unfortunately he got shut down by Thabs of RLX. Oh no, this could be bad for the side of LOD NEXUS.
Oh my god, this is actually going to a 2 versus 2 versus 4 fight scenario. The 2 teams that are fighting against each other, whereas the 4 Death Machines just gives them enough momentum to make a move forward, get in the circle center, get into the center of the position and take the fight from that point onward. The grenades are going over there. Dabs gets a knockdown. The sprays are going. The 4 Death Machine, Killmonger gonna get NEXUS Beast down as well. The players are getting eliminated. That's LOD out of the match, eliminated by the 4 Death Machines. This is a winner chicken dinner loading for the 4 Death Machines. But oh my god, 1 player gets knocked down. Dilla gets confirmation on the guy. He knows the 2nd one down. 3rd one almost, but no. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It is over. 4 Death Machines beautifully getting that winner chicken dinner of the match number 5 for themselves. An amazing end to an amazing start by 4 Death Machines.
Working like a well-oiled machine, looking to get those kills. 4DM securing the WWCD for the final round here, day number 1 of the PMNC Grand Finals. Wow, that was something out of a an action movie. You know, all the fights
Yes.
happening, the exchange. I just couldn't believe though for the side of LOD Nexus. I mean, they kind of dropped the ball there. I mean, they could have really maximized that vantage point that they were holding on to up until you know, the end of the round there. I think it was um um the ripple effect started when Godson actually had been taken down, not by 4 death machines, but I think that was KO RLX. I think that was RLX. Yeah, that was RLX, and the that started kind of the demise, you know, for the side of LD Nexus, and paved the way for 4 death machines to actually score that chicken dinner. But all in all of the 3 teams actually did put up a great show. It's just that we can only crown one winner. That is the nature of the competition. And 4 death machines for this round, match number 5 here, was the one who was successful enough to grab the chicken dinner here. So again, this is not even a kitchen here, but everybody's cooking that chicken dinner that we all so love. So I guess it's safe to say that 4 death machines turned out to be the master chefs, you know, for match number 5.
Hey, I have to give it to the guys, every single team, that at least we're not seeing a double chicken dinners. They are playing it that good that they're not letting the other team take the second chicken dinner, even if they take the first one. But yes, this is just the end of the day at number 1. And you can see the highlights of the Erangel. So it will be the Erangel day number 2. The next match that will be played, that will be tomorrow. But for now, it is all done and dusted. And so far, the 5 chicken dinners, talking about from the day number 1 to the like the match number 1 to the match number 5. I think it was DRS. Then we had NEPX, and then from that point onward, the number of the teams kind of like got started getting more and more. But so far on our screen, we will talk about the Vinna chicken dinners later. For now, it is peak, because we don't want to miss this guy as he was peaking and getting those headshots of 22.22% with 77.78% of body shots.
Oh man, okay. And we cannot deny the power, the force that is Zayo of Tribe AEROMACY right there. Longest elimination distance. I mean, this guy was left all alone to deal with business just a while ago in Miramar. And I can say that, you know, Zayo has always been quite a key player for the side of Tribe AEROMACY and continues to do so. He continues to be the key player for Tribe AEROMACY. So I do hope they pick up the pace for day number 2 tomorrow of the grand finals. Because Tribe AEROMACY, it was an overall explosive performance as well during the playoffs. And I would love to see them secure a slot in the PMSL as well. Just so, if you guys missed what happened in the last round, we've got 4 death machines scoring a total of 21 points, 11 total elimination points for 4DM, so that is quite a strong one. RLX coming in at second place with 14 at T2K. Ooh, this is by far their best game, you know, for day number 1 of the grand finals. We also got, of course, LOD Nexus right here scoring a total of 10, so we have at least 4 teams that ended the game with a double-digit score. Tribe AEROMACY, it wasn't the strongest just yet, but again, you know, Tribe AEROMACY did kind of finish at the top 4 in the playoffs without even scoring a chicken dinner. So, I mean, if we're going to talk about consistency, I mean, Tribe AEROMACY definitely has it.
I mean, yeah, you can't like get out of this factor. So it is what it is so far. It is some teams had a good day, some teams had some bad matches, but it's all part of the game. But KOM, right before this match, they got the winner of a chicken dinner, but now they were the first one to get eliminated. That's kind of sad on the fact that you had such a great start, but then it all like crumbled down. Now going to the top performers of the day, it is Killmonger first and foremost, 13 elimination, 2695 damage. Killer YT 10 elimination, 1912 damage. Zordy with 1967 damage and 10 eliminations, and Falcons with 10 elimination and 1941. Survival time averages is the highest for Killer YT. Then it comes to Killmonger. Then it comes to the fourth players, in fact. And last but not the least, it was the fifth guy as well. But nonetheless, let me tell you one thing. We didn't see the overall ranking, and that overall ranking, because, ladies and gentlemen, it will be posted on the Instagram. The surprise will definitely be there. You saw some of the points, yeah, but the overall ranking on how after the top 5 performance was done by the teams, how many elimination, the positioning points that they got, it all will be concluded into the Instagram post as our overall ranking.
Yep, so if you guys don't want to miss on any action that happened in the PMNC Grand Finals day number 1, well, you know the drill. You gotta follow us on all of these social media platforms to stay updated with everything, every action that's been happening here. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to show us some love as well. You know, we're very easy people to find. Torix here is... he's everywhere practically, so you can find him anywhere, so very easy. And you can always look for me as well, Red Queen Andy. And yeah, that has been quite a showdown for day number 1. Again, we do not really have the luxury of time here. This grand finals is more of a sprint than a marathon. Completely different pace, you know, from the playoffs, if we're just going to compare it. And again, you know, the expectations, I guess, wrapping things up for day number 1, it's the same teams. You know, it's the same teams who have been showing up. It's the same teams who are aggressive enough to build that solid foundation, that buffer for day number 2, so that they have that small wiggle room to begin with. And for day number 2, I guess the expectation would be if they can keep that consistency going for them.
Consistency. Yes, consistency is the only thing that you need to do, but you have to make sure that you go back to the drawing board first and foremost. The day number 1 is done. You will see your overall ranking into the Instagram post onto the Instagram of PUBG Mobile. So make sure you go there, subscribe, and follow that page too to be notified of any upcoming updates for the rankings, for everything, for all the other official tournaments that is on its way too, for the PMSL too. If you want to know who will get the slot, these 2 slots, the 2 slots from the PMSL, it's for the PMSL, in fact, from NC side. But yes, Andy, the 5 matches that we were talking about, the teams and like who got the winner chicken dinner, who did not. And let me tell you, the first match, it was the DRS started amazingly. The momentum that they did, it was good. It was good. I wouldn't say it was bad, but then it came to the NEPX. NEPX got the second match. Then it was JUTTI squad, and last but not the least, the last match that was played, the match number 4, in fact, the Erangel, it was the KOM, leaving this match in the hands once again to those guys, the team that had an amazing like start for themselves, and it all came down crumbling for these players, for these teams. It was great. I have to say, for Death Machines, they did their very great job.
Oh, definitely. You know, today wasn't just about the highlights. You know, it was a master class in how every single second counts, you know, from the exhilarating early battles on Erangel, and of course the jungle chaos of Sandhawk to the nail-biting final circle action on Miramar. So each match here told its own story, and while some teams actually skyrocketed and others stumbled, one thing is for sure, we are just getting started here, ladies and gents. So thank you for riding this wild wave with us today. So rest up and get hyped and join us tomorrow as we dive back into the madness that is PUBG Mobile, because if day number 1 is any sign that the best is yet to come. So catch you all tomorrow for more epic action right here in the PMNC Grand Finals. Again, my name is Red Queen. Together with Torix, we want to say goodbye and good night. See you guys again tomorrow.
let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain. Yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ? Say to babe. अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन? अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले. ल ल टेक केयर बेब. लभ यु. ल मा. खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ? ओइ, को छ रे? को छ हौ? भूत छ कि क्या हो? हाँ? भोरा दाइ टु स्लो? क्या छ? के भइरहेछ यहाँ? भोरा दाइ! कहाँ थिस् त? खोइ सम्झना? यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ?
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन, तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको. हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि.
हावा कुरा नगर्न.
बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यो त के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेका छौँ तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
भाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain. Yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance.